Chapter 448 Earth Mother Stone. As Jai Zhenqi died, blinding lights shot into the sky, accompanied by a series of loud roars, and many buildings and halls were reduced to ruins. First seized the medicinal herb fields, then the spirit stone hall. Chen Mobai immediately directed his cultivators to head towards each target. Many cultivators on the summit of Hanshin Mountain were still putting up a stubborn resistance. Although the mountain-protecting formation had been broken, some restrictions were still in effect, and small formations were also set up in some buildings. After the three patriarchs killed Jai Zhenqi, they paid no attention to these minor characters and went straight to the ruins. These places were destroyed by the loyalists of the Hanshin Mountain after Jai Zhenqi's death. They were obviously the most valuable treasures of this sect, and the three wanted to try to salvage them. At this critical juncture, Chen Mobai proceeded with a steady and methodical approach, directing Yue Zhudao to lead his men to seize the medicinal and spiritual fields. Then Zhou Wangshan and others were dispatched to the halls that had not yet been destroyed, and were still shimmering with the light of array restrictions. At that moment, beams of spiritual light shot into the sky, rushing in all directions. These were Foundation establishment cultivators at the summit of Mount Han. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, they all chose to flee for their own lives. Stop them, kill as many as you can. Destroying a sect and annihilating a family is a matter of life and death, and Chen Mobai will not let anyone go if conditions permit. Zai Yunqian and the Foundation establishment cultivators of the Shenmu sect transformed into armored wood Dao soldiers, soaring into the sky and slaughtering the fleeing cultivators from the top of Hanshin Mountain. Spare my life, and I know where the sect's treasure vault is. Under the coercion of the Jiamu Dao soldier, a Foundation establishment cultivator who looked quite young had no choice but to release his own defenses and begin to absorb the spiritual energy mixed with poison and filth from the outside world, resisting while begging for mercy. Upon hearing this, Zai Yunqian paused slightly in his movements and looked at Chen Mobai, who was not far away. Kill them. However, Chen Mobai did not hesitate at all. The entire summit of Hanshin Mountain has already been breached by their Shenmu sect. Whatever treasure trove it may be, they can find it by digging 3 feet into the ground. There is no need to keep these potentially resentful enemies alive. Upon hearing this, Zai Yunqian immediately controlled the Jiamu Daobing to swing his sword and cut the very young Foundation establishment genius at the top of Hanshin Mountain in two. This situation occurred in various places on the summit of Hanshin Mountain. Some Foundation establishment cultivators even disguised themselves as qi refining cultivators, and instead of flying in the air, followed the majority of the disciples from the shaking mountain peak who had fled from the ground, relying on their familiarity with the paths to escape the canyon. However, most of them were intercepted by the local cultivation families of Yan Kingdom, who followed the Shenmu sect. Chen Mobai and his group were not familiar with the top of Hanshin Mountain, but this group of people had come to offer sacrifices many times. Accompanied by angry shouts and curses, beams of Foundation establishment spiritual light shone brightly throughout the summit of Mount Han. Faced with a life-or-death situation, these cultivators disregarded the poisonous aura around them and desperately channeled their spiritual power, wanting to escape from the summit of Mount Han first. Chen Mobai led his army of cultivators along the route taken by the 3 patriarchs. Xuaner lead those who practice water attribute techniques to bring rain. The first place they arrived at should have been a library, but unfortunately it was already engulfed in flames. Chen Mobai activated several water-storing talismans from his storage bag and simultaneously directed his junior apprentice, who was practicing the black water technique, to extinguish the fire. Luo Yixuan nodded. She had become familiar with the people in her team over the past few days. After giving the order, more than 30 people immediately stepped forward and joined forces to perform the rainmaking technique. At the same time, Chen Mobai rushed straight into the library, which was engulfed in flames. With his fire spirit body, ordinary flames can actually make his blood and qi flow more smoothly. However, in order to keep his clothes intact, Chen Mobai still used the fire-repelling technique. he obtained from the talent tree. Wherever he went, the flames retreated, and soon he reached the top. Mo Duguang of Jinguangya is here, surrounded by a dozen or so half-damaged and burned books, all of which he rescued. It's a pity none of them are complete. When Mo Duguang saw him coming, he said regretfully, then gave all the most precious books to Chen Mobai, and once again transformed into a sword light and headed towards another set of ruins. Chen Mobai's divine sense surged out, and he roughly read through the contents of these books. They were mostly third-tier inheritances, or cultivation techniques that could be practiced to the core formation stage. He saw the void Dharma body and the nine-ren Dharma body within them. These are the most precious pieces of knowledge for the major sects of the eastern wilderness. However, with most of it burned, it was of little value. For Chen Mobai, it was somewhat useful, as it could be used to compare with the vacuum body he had obtained from Jai Dingjin. But all of that happened later. After putting the books into his storage bag, he used the flame manipulation technique from the Pure Yang scroll to work with Luo Yixuan and the others outside to bring the fire under control. Fortunately, the people who started the fire on the top of the mountain started with the books of the highest level, the third tier. Only a portion of the second-tier books on the lower level were burned, and the first-tier books were mostly preserved thanks to Chen Mobai's flame manipulation technique and Luo Yixuan's rain-making technique. In Chen Mobai's eyes, these first and second-tier books were the only effective supplement to the strength of the Divine Wood sect. These are the greatest strengths of the mountain shaking peak, the foundation of physical cultivation perfected by countless disciples over hundreds of years through practicing body tempering techniques. Although the Shenmu sect's body tempering department has the largest number of members, its strength has always been the lowest, and on the battlefield, they are basically used as cannon fodder at the front of the team. Now that we have obtained all the body cultivation books in this entire library on the top of Mount Han, it is estimated that the strength of the sect's body cultivators will be greatly enhanced. Perhaps many years from now, the body tempering department will be able to become a signature department of the sect, just like the sword training department. Junior brother Liang, you direct the disciples to pack these books in batches. After the fire was brought under control, Chen Mobai left Liang Lingjin behind while he led most of the cultivators toward another ruined hall. The only place that was set on fire by the cultivators on the summit of Mount Han was the library. The remaining ruins include a treasure trove of various minerals, Jai Zhenqi's cave dwelling, a sect's treasury at the top of Hanshin Mountain, and a warehouse of various elixirs and herbs. Chen Mobai directed his former foundation establishment cultivators, including Yuan Feihu and Hong Lincoln, to each lead a team of cultivators to deal with the situation and see if they could find anything useful in the ruins. He himself led 2 teams under his command to the place where the spiritual light of the 3 ancestors was located. That was Jai Zhenqi's cave dwelling. It originally occupied the center of the summit of Hanshin Mountain, which was also the place with the most abundant spiritual energy, but unfortunately it has now been turned into ruins. However, with the immense cultivation of the 3 core formation ancestors, a huge brick was lifted up, revealing a hidden tunnel. Chen Mobai did not follow them inside, but instead directed his disciples to move the broken stones and bricks and clear them away. During the cleanup, several corpses with their eyes wide open were found inside, which should all be Qi refining disciples in charge of the cave on the top of the mountain. Unfortunately, with Jai Zhenqi's death, they perished along with the collapse of the cave. With many hands making light work, the cave, now reduced to ruins, was almost completely cleared away in about half an hour. Hehata. At that moment, Zhou Shenking's loud laughter echoed from inside the tunnel. As Chen Mobai hesitated, he heard a voice telling him to go in. Greetings to the 3 patriarchs. Upon arriving underground, Chen Mobai first bowed to Zhou Shenking and the other 2, then looked around and was immediately drawn to a yellowish-brown, fist-sized object that resembled a stone. Although the stone looked unremarkable, under the all-seeing eyes of the Void Realm, it contained a vast and astonishing spiritual energy. It seems that within this small stone lies an entire spiritual vein. This is the Earth Mother Stone. Jai Zhenqi was able to upgrade the Mountain Peak spiritual vein to the 4th level because he won this mutated top-grade spiritual stone at the Star Heaven Dao Sect's Grand Auction. After hearing Zhou Shenking's words, he couldn't help but show a look of shock. Unexpectedly, this unremarkable stone turned out to be a top-grade spirit stone. No wonder it contains such abundant spiritual energy. If I want to form my nascent soul using the longevity scripture, I need to absorb a massive amount of Earth Mother Qi and water element essence. If I were to cultivate through spiritual veins alone, it would probably take another 60 years of arduous work. With this Earth Mother Stone, I can save half the time. Zhou Shenking looked at the Earth Mother Stone with a smile, but Chen Mobai noticed a faint black line on it. Unfortunately, as the core of the spiritual vein at the top of the mountain, this Mother Earth Stone was also infected by the poisonous gas of the broken vein pearl. Fu Zhangju, who was standing nearby, had already checked and discovered the problem, and couldn't help but sigh. It's all right. I had already considered this, so I only used a 3rd-tier breaking pulse bead. It won't have much impact on this Earth Mother Stone. After taking it back, I'll use the longevity wood to refine and purify it. It'll only be a waste of 2 or 3 years. Zhou Shenking laughed heartily and took out a talisman from his storage bag, sticking it onto the Earth Mother Stone. This Mother Earth Stone is the core of the spiritual vein at the top of the entire shaking mountain. If I take it away, it will cause the earth to shake violently. Because the spiritual veins here have been contaminated by the pulse-breaking pearl, the longer it takes, the more difficult it will be to purify this Mother Earth Stone. Therefore, you should arrange for your disciples to evacuate to a place 10 miles away as soon as possible. Take what you can and leave the rest alone. After all, once we destroyed the summit of Hanshan Mountain, we can take whatever spiritual veins and minerals we want from Yan Kingdom and Zio Kingdom. And this place is polluted by the broken vein pearl, so it doesn't matter anymore. After hearing Zhou Shenking's words, Chen Mobai immediately nodded. Any gains at the summit of Mount Han are not as important as the nascent soul stage of this ancestor. He immediately left the area, landed on the ground, took out his phone, and notified everyone to evacuate. Although he didn't understand why, Chen Mobai's training of troops had become so effective that orders were strictly obeyed during this period. They quickly captured the thousands of qi-refining cultivators on the summit of Hanshan Mountain and retreated step by step in battle formation. During this process, many cultivators who had reached the summit of Mount Shaking escaped. However, those who escaped have been corrupted by the poisonous energy of the outside world due to excessive use of spiritual power. Even if they survive, without an antidote, they will probably never break through to a higher cultivation level again in their lifetime. Once everyone had evacuated to a distance of 10 miles, Chen Mobai immediately notified Zhou Shenking. The old ancestor wasted no time. After 2 breaths, the entire summit of Mount Hushan began to shake violently in the astonished eyes of everyone. Dust billowed from the valley between the 2 mountains, and the left mountain peak even broke off, crashing down towards the only remaining pavilion on the summit. Fortunately, at the critical moment, a sword light shot into the sky, cleaving the mountain into hundreds of pieces. Although it was still impossible to prevent the mountain from falling, at least the damage was minimized. It's a pity. There are still many uncontaminated herbs in the medicinal fields there, but they are not yet ready to be harvested. I don't know if they can survive after the spiritual vein is damaged. After learning about the Earth Mother Stone from Chen Mobai, Yue Zhudao couldn't help but feel regretful. Although the summit of Hanshan Mountain only became a major sect in the eastern wilderness after Jai Zhenqi achieved core formation, it was previously a renowned body cultivation sect in the Yan Kingdom, with a history of over 1,000 years, and its medicinal fields contained 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs. Although most of them were taken away by the Foundation establishment cultivators at the top of the mountain after Jai Zhenqi was killed, a considerable number remained due to their large numbers. Yue Zhudao picked all the berries he could and took all possible measures to protect the remaining berries that were not yet ripe. However, due to the violent tremors of the Earth's veins and the influence of the pulse-breaking pearl, the medicinal herbs still in the spirit field will definitely not be able to grow any further. They will only become weaker and weaker until they wither and die. Yue Zhudao's idea was to transplant these medicinal herbs to the spiritual fields near the top of Hanshin Mountain that were not affected by the broken vein pearl, to save as many as possible. Chen Mobai agreed with his idea and selected all the spiritual plant growers from his army. After the effects of the earth vein tremors subsided, he had Yue Zhudao lead them to do this task. Junior brother Chen, this is what I found in the storage bag of that foundation establishment cultivator at the top of Mount Han. At this moment, Zai Yunchen walked over and handed him 5 jade boxes. Chen Mobai looked puzzled. In the eastern wilderness, what he obtained by killing enemies was basically all his own. What on earth is this thing that Zai Yunchen doesn't dare to take? Chen Mobai gently opened one of the jade boxes, and after seeing what was inside, his eyes widened in surprise. Not only him, but even Yue Zhudao, who was standing to the side, looked shocked. It turned out to be a chalcedony golden fungus, the most important ingredient in refining the foundation establishment pill. Chen Mobai opened the 5 jade boxes one by one, and sure enough, they were all filled with jade marrow golden fungus. However, 2 of them did not seem to be fully mature, and the cultivators who picked them must have been in a great hurry as they had uprooted them. What a pity, these 2 plants were contaminated by the poisonous gas from the pulse-breaking pearl. After taking a look, Yue Zhudao beat his chest and stamped his feet at 2 of the jade marrow golden fungus slices, with black threads faintly visible on them. End of this chapter. Chapter 449, Taking Over 2 Countries. Chapter 449, Taking Over 2 Countries. Upon seeing the jade marrow and golden fungus, Chen Mobai was also very tempted. This is one of the main ingredients for refining the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill. It cannot be obtained from the immortal sect, but the eastern wilderness also values it highly. All 7 major sects cultivate this plant for refining foundation establishment pills, which can be considered the foundation and future of these sects. Even the 2 core formation ancestors must abide by the rules regarding the uses of the jade marrow golden fungus from the divine wood sect. Previously, when Fu Xingzhu failed to establish his foundation, Fu Zhangju could only get a foundation establishment pill by going through Yin Qingmei, who had a heavenly spiritual root. Now that they have breached the summit of Mount Han, although these jade marrow and golden fungus will basically be used to refine foundation establishment pills, Chen Mobai felt that he could think of a way to use the power of the divine wood sect to help him refine the golden liquid jade rejuvenation pill. After all, it would be too difficult for him to collect 666 kinds of herbs on his own, and the 8 key main ingredients would need to be over 1,000 years old, and there was no guarantee that he could successfully refine them in one batch. However, how to grasp the subtleties involved still requires further careful consideration. Senior brother Yue, is there any way to purify the poisonous gas from these 2 jade marrow golden mushrooms? Chen Mobai asked with concern. The immortal sect must have a way to purify herbs, but these herbs that are over 1,000 years old are all registered with the Drug Administration Bureau, and they are only found in the small realms of the 6 major pharmaceutical factories. He doesn't dare to take them over there at all. Ancestor Zhou obtained a cleansing and purification technique in the Divine Tree Secret Realm, which can be used for this situation, but the conditions are quite harsh. It requires grafting or burying it into the root of a spirit tree of the same level, and then controlling the spirit tree to absorb the poison gas. This jade marrow golden fungus is a top-grade 3rd-rank spiritual medicine. To purify it, at least a top-grade 3rd-rank golden yang spirit wood is needed. Moreover, the purification and cleansing technique must also be cultivated to the 3rd-rank mastery. I'm afraid only Ancestor Zhou and the sect has this ability. This process is also very long and requires cultivators to pay close attention. Every wisp of poison gas that is extracted needs to be refined by the azure yang fire of the spirit wood in time to prevent the spirit wood from being contaminated as well. Upon hearing Yue Zhudao's words, Chen Mobai recalled Zhou Shenking's earlier statement about using the longevity wood to purify the Earth Mother stone, which must be the method used. I never expected that there would be such a mysterious technique in the divine tree secret realm, but when I thought that it was also related to the wood element, I understood. All I can say is that the ancient longevity cult's legacy is all-encompassing and unfathomable. I don't know if I'll ever have the chance to extract everything from the talent tree in my lifetime. At that moment, 3 beams of light appeared in the dust-filled mountain valley not far away. One of them flew directly south. Chen Mobai recognized Mo Duguang, and after things were over, he didn't stay. Greetings to the 2 venerable ancestors. Zhou Shenking and Fu Zhangju flew over, and Chen Mobai and the others immediately clasped their hands in greeting. I'm going back to the sect first. Junior brother Fu will leave a puppet body behind to oversee things. Junior nephew Chen will take full responsibility for things here. After obtaining the Earth Mother Stone, Zhou Shenking was eager to return and purify it, then absorb the Earth Mother Qi within to enhance his foundation for nascent soul formation. Reporting to the ancestor, senior brother Zai seized 5 precious jade marrow golden fungus while slaying the enemy. We are unsure how to handle them and would appreciate your guidance. Chen Mobai seized the opportunity to report the matter. This thing was too precious. Even Zai Yunchen wouldn't dare to embezzle it, so he took the initiative to report it. Oh! Upon hearing this, Zhou Shenking was slightly surprised. He pointed, and 5 jade boxes fell into his hands. He opened them and his face showed understanding. I'll take these 5 with me. Young Zheng wants to refine foundation establishment pills to improve his alchemy skills, so I'll leave these 3 jade marrow golden fungus to him. I'll graft the remaining 2 onto the longevity wood, and they'll be purified together. Upon hearing Zhou Shenking's words, Yue Zhudao immediately took out the 3,000-year-old medicinal herbs that he had snatched from the medicinal field on the top of Hanshin Mountain. These 3 herbs were also contaminated by the poisonous gas, and quite severely so, which is why they were not taken away. You 2 brats, Zhou Shenking said helplessly, but even for him, a core formation ancestor, 1,000-year-old medicinal herbs are extremely precious. They can be directly exchanged for cultivation techniques and magical artifacts at the core formation exchange conference. Moreover, he was the one who approved the smashing of the pulse-breaking bead, so he was essentially digging his own grave. After Zhou Shenking took these 1,000-year-old herbs back to his sect, Chen Mobai and the others, under Fu Zhangju's command, returned to the mountaintop valley where the tremors had stopped. They searched the area for half a month, digging every inch of the ground to ensure nothing was missed, before leading the main force to retreat. The Shenmu sect's army returned with a full load this time. Whether it was the sect disciples, independent cultivators, or even the guides, they all made a fortune. However, there are still many things to deal with afterward. For example, after the destruction of the summit of Hanshin Mountain, there were still many disciples who had fled. From the perspective of the Shenmu sect, they would definitely have to be exterminated. But apart from these things, the most important thing is to take over the businesses of Hanshin Mountain in Yan Kingdom and Xiao Kingdom. According to Zhou Shenking's original plan, Shenmu sect should occupy Yan Kingdom, and Xiao Kingdom should be given to Jin Guangya. However, Mo Duguang said that his own territory was sufficient, and since both countries were located at the northernmost edge of the eastern wilderness, both were mountainous and desolate lands, separated from the Golden Light Cliff Base Camp by more than half of the eastern wilderness. He had no interest in sending disciples over, so he gave them all to the Divine Wood sect. Since Mo Duguang said that, Zhou Shenking naturally didn't hold back either. As before, 2 or 3% of the profits generated by the 2 countries will be given to Kim Kwangyak. Putting aside everything else, there are 5 spirit stone mines in Yan Kingdom and 1 in Xiao Kingdom. Among these, the 2 small spirit stone mines can produce more than 1 million spirit stones each year, while the other 4 micro spirit stone mines together produce about 2 to 300,000 spirit stones each year. These alone are enough for the Shenmu sect to recoup the millions of spirit stones it invested in this war, and even greatly increase the sect's spirit stone income. In wars between major sects, the first thing to seize and control after victory is the spirit stone mine. Therefore, after entering Yan Kingdom, Chen Mobai left Yuan Chi, whom he trusted on the border. Now, after learning the exact locations of the remaining spirit stone mines, he also dispatched a foundation establishment cultivator from the Divine Wood sect to lead Qi refining disciples to occupy them first. The Rock Kingdom is known for its abundant mineral resources. In addition to spirit stone mines, it also has various refined iron minerals needed to refine magical artifacts, and even many yin caves that can produce various kinds of evil energy. Besides being a physical cultivator, Jai Zhenqi is also a geomancer, and these are the qualities he sought out for the summit of Hanshin Mountain. It's a pity that they've all become the property of the Shenmu sect. Fortunately, the account books related to these matters at the top of Hanshin Mountain were not burned. It is likely that in the eyes of the disciples at the top of Hanshin Mountain, the inheritance of cultivation techniques was the most important thing. After taking these, Chen Mobai settled accounts with each of the local cultivation families in Yan Kingdom. The number of disciples at the top of Hanshin Mountain is limited, and most of the numerous mines under its command are allocated to the cultivation families below for mining. Therefore, most of the cultivation families in Yan Kingdom developed by relying on the mineral veins at the top of Hanshin Mountain. For example, the Zhuang family in Changyuan Mountain on the border prospered because of 2 spirit stone mines nearby. After confirming all the properties of Yan Kingdom and Xiao Kingdom under the name of Hanshin Peak, Chen Mobai reported to Fu Zhangju. Have Chu Zuoshu send people over to take over. The disciples here will go back in batches, and the sect's logistics departments will send disciples over. After reviewing the thick stack of accounts, Fu Zhangju nodded in satisfaction and then began to issue the order to withdraw the troops. Now that things are more or less settled here, I will lead my disciples back. After defeating the mountain peak, Chen Mobai felt there was no point in staying there, so he wanted to apply to return to his sect to continue farming and cultivating. If you stay here for another 6 months, the 2 countries here have just been brought under the jurisdiction of my Shenmu sect, and the people's hearts are not stable. With you here, I can relax a bit. Since Fu Zhangju had said so, Chen Mobai could only nod with a wry smile. The next day, Chen Mobai disbanded his army. Zai Yunchen, who needed to return to recuperate from his arm injury, immediately led the first batch of 1,000 disciples of the Shenmu sect onto the airship and returned to Jumu Ridge. However, the rest, whether they were local cultivation families or independent cultivators from Yan Kingdom, did not leave immediately. They set up stalls on the spot and began to exchange and sell their spoils from the war, hoping to exchange them for spiritual items that would help them improve their cultivation. Chen Mobai could not drive away these meritorious officials, so he let them be. They are now in a spiritual vein area 20 kilometers away from the top of Hanshin Mountain. This place is also a villa on the top of Hanshin Mountain, called Wuliu Mountain, which has 30 acres of spiritual fields where a lot of kink spiritual rice is grown. However, due to the war, all the sacred fields here have been abandoned this year. This also allowed Yue Zhudao to transplant the medicinal herbs from the medicinal fields on the top of Hanshin Mountain, and he recruited all the spiritual plant growers in the army. Anyone who understands spiritual plants can obtain 10 spirit stones by transplanting them daily with Yue Zhudao. A formal first-tier spirit plant cultivator can receive a reward of 30 spirit stones per day. In the native land of Yan Kingdom, there is a cultivation family surnamed Dai who are famous for their spiritual plants. They have 5 second-tier spiritual plant masters and can earn 100 spirit stones every day. Yue Zhudao led his team and worked for half a month to finally transplant all the precious medicinal herbs from the top of Hanshin Mountain to the spiritual fields of Wuliu Mountain. After transplantation, the plant needs the care of a spiritual plant doctor to do everything possible to expel the toxic gas and try to keep it alive. Fortunately, at that moment, the sect's support personnel arrived. Fu Huakun led 300 people from the Spirit Plant Department and the Spirit Vein Department to this place, and Shi Fengping, the head of the Spirit Plant Department, also came in person. With him taking over, Yue Zhudao can finally breathe a sigh of relief. On the Spirit Vein Department side, Minister Ma Gang personally came over. After talking with him, Chen Mobai learned that he had come to take over the Kongaming stone mine on the top of Hanshin Mountain. Ma Gang had been mining void stones in lonely Soul Ridge for several years and was very familiar with this precious mineral vein, so Chu Zuoshu called him over. The void stone mine here was mined by disciples personally dispatched by the top of Hanshin Mountain. No manpower from any cultivation families was requisitioned. However, part of this mine was sold by Jai Zhenqi to Xuanxiao Dao Palace, which may cause some trouble later. Chen Mobai handed the mineral vein booklet he had compiled to Ma Gang, who was the expert in this field. I estimate that the people from Xuanxiao Dao Palace will be here soon. I'll go and check how much ore is left in this Kongaming stone mine. After receiving the booklet, Ma Gang bowed to Chen Mobai and then immediately led his department to get to work. After the Spirit Plant Department and the Spirit Vein Department arrived, Chen Mobai finally felt relieved. 3 months passed quickly. During these 3 months, although the overall situation has been settled, disciples of the Hanshin Mountain can still be frequently seen in various parts of Yan Kingdom and Zhao Kingdom. Some of them were discovered and hunted down by local cultivation families eager to make a name for themselves after their identities were exposed, while others were found by greedy rogue cultivators who tried to rob them. As everyone knows, those who managed to escape from the summit of Mount Han must have taken a portion of the resources of this major eastern wilderness sect, and must be quite wealthy. After the Shenmu sect destroyed the summit of Hanshin Mountain, these people became mobile treasure troves. This is the group that the tribulation cultivators like the most. It is said that all the cultivators from the eastern wilderness have flocked to the Yan Kingdom and the Zhao Kingdom to hunt down the escaped disciples of the Mountain of Shaking. During these 3 months, Chen Mobai was stationed at Wuliu Mountain in Yan Kingdom. He didn't even need to lift a finger. Local cultivation families would occasionally offer the heads of their disciples from the summit of Hanshin Mountain to show their loyalty. However, nowadays, it's rare to find any fish that manage to shake the mountaintop and slip through the net. They were either wiped out or had already escaped to the eastern wilderness. Those who couldn't escape mostly went into hiding, changing their identities or appearances. Master, Ancestor Fu requests your presence. Luo Yixuan came in and spoke to Chen Mobai, who was enjoying tea and playing chess with Yue Zhudao. After hearing this, he put down his chess piece. The core formation ancestor would definitely not seek him out unless there was something very important. Chen Mobai had his young apprentice help him tidy his clothes before arriving at Fu Zhangju's location. The ancestor's puppet body remained atop the summit of Mount Han. Because it was powered by spirit stones, the lingering poisonous energy had no effect on it. Greetings, ancestor. However, besides Fu Zhangju, there were 3 other people today. One of them was Ma Gang, while the other 2, one old and one young, were both dressed in golden robes and had indifferent expressions. Chen Mobai recognized them. Their clothes were the same as Xu and Kaio's, only with more intricate patterns. People from Xuanxiao Dao Palace. After the thought crossed Chen Mobai's mind, he bowed to Fu Zhangju. These 2 are Zhao Xuankang and Nan Xuanjing Zhenren. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai's eyes widened slightly. Because he hadn't used his void insight eye to observe, he hadn't realized that both of them were core formation cultivators. Greetings to the 2 esteemed individuals. As he spoke, he couldn't help but sigh. As expected of a major sect in the eastern barbarian lands with a nascent soul cultivator in charge, they sent 2 core formation cultivators right away. You're the one who killed Kaior and Jinjai. End of this chapter. Chapter 450 Zhao Xuankang. Chapter 450 Zhao Xuankang. The one who spoke was the young golden-robed cultivator from the Xuanxiao Dao Palace, named Nan Xuanjing. However, judging from his eyes, he must be quite old, and may have taken some kind of anti-aging pill. After hearing his blunt words, Chen Mobai was slightly taken aback, but did not deny it and simply nodded. On the battlefield, those two were helping the opposing camp of my Shenmu sect, and they showed no mercy to my sect's disciples, including senior brother Zai. I judged them to be enemies, so I took action and killed them both. This was something that happened in full view of everyone on the battlefield, and Chen Mobai had no intention of backing down, so he readily admitted it. His words surprised the two people from Chungxiao Dao Palace. "Aren't you afraid we'll blame us?" "Blame me? On the battlefield, if you are not skilled enough, you should die a worthy death. Do you two seniors intend to bully the weak?" Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai raised an eyebrow and began to assess the relative strengths of the two sides. Unfortunately, Zhou Shenking had returned to Jumu Ridge, leaving only Fu Zongju here. "I don't know if I can deal with a golden core cultivator using the purple lightning sword. Kaior and Jinjai are my disciples. You killed them, so you have to give me an explanation." Nan Xuanjing spoke in an icy tone, his eyes flashing with golden light. However, at this moment, Fu Zongju moved over and blocked his way. Then, your Xuanxiao Dao Palace disciples appeared in the battle formation at the top of Hanshin Mountain and even helped them attack our Shenmu sect. Shouldn't you give us an explanation? Fu Zongju's tone was not very polite when he spoke. "You are no match for me, and you are not worthy of my explanation." As Nan Xuanjing spoke the truth, an incomparably powerful spiritual pressure erupted, clearly indicating that his cultivation level was above Fu Zongju's. "Is your Xuanxiao Dao Palace planning to invade the eastern wilderness?" Fu Zongju frowned, began to remind Nan Xuanjing not to go too far. "This mere desolate land, even at the peak of your five elements sect, my Xuanxiao Dao Palace could easily flatten it. Do you really think your divine wood sect can withstand it?" Nan Xuanjing's words ignited Fu Zongju's anger, but he also knew that what he said was true. As one of the three major sects of Dongyi, Xuanxiao Dao Palace not only has a nascent soul ancestor in charge, but also 9 core formation true persons and hundreds of foundation establishment cultivators. Even if all 6 major sects of the eastern wilderness were combined, their raw strength would still be no match for the Xuanxiao Dao Palace. "Senior brother Nan, we are here today to discuss the settlement of old debts between Jai Zhenqi and our Chamber of Commerce. Let's leave the matter of our 2 nephews aside for now." Just then Zhao Xunkang spoke up. Upon hearing this, Nan Xuanjing frowned slightly, but still snorted coldly and turned to leave. "Master Fu, please forgive me. My senior brother is also overwhelmed with grief because of the passing of his 2 disciples." As Zhao Xunkang spoke, he smiled slightly, but Chen Mobai roughly understood the meaning behind his words. "Fu Zongju, what do Jai Zhenqi's accounts with your Xuanxiao Chamber of Commerce have to do with our Shenmu sect?" "Zhao Xuankang, when Jai Zhenqi became a guest elder of our Chamber of Commerce, he mortgaged his void stone mine to us in order to purchase a body tempering technique that could help one form a nascent soul. Although he is now dead, the void stone mine still exists. In order to avoid our own losses, our Chamber of Commerce needs to take it back in accordance with the contract." Upon hearing this, Fu Zongju's face darkened with anger. After the Shenmu sect mobilized its members and cultivators from the 4 kingdoms under its command twice, finally managing to destroy the top of Hanshin Mountain and conquer the territories of these 2 kingdoms, the Xuanxiao Dao Palace was now trying to take away the most precious Kongming stone mine with just a few words. How could he not be furious? "Master Zhao, do you think it's appropriate for our Shenmu sect to repay the debts owed by Jai Zhenqi?" Fu Zongju spoke in an icy tone, clearly indicating that he did not intend to agree. "Master Fu, if you disagree, then this account will become a bad debt. The body tempering technique that Jai Zhenqi obtained was taken from the Grand Elder's collection of books. This matter will definitely have to be submitted to the Grand Elder. If he is unhappy, he will not be as easy to talk to as I am." The Grand Elder of Xuanxiao Dao Palace is that nascent soul cultivator. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai and Ma Gang's expressions changed, and even Fu Zongju fell silent. a nascent soul cultivator is one of the most outstanding beings, even within the immortal sects. In the eastern wilderness, there are even more supreme experts who can sweep away all the major sects. When I was sorting through the accounts of the top of the mountain, I saw that the contract signed between Jai Zhenqi and your esteemed merchant guild should have specified that the profits from the Kongming stone mine would be 20%. Chen Mobai spoke, and Zhao Xuanqing smiled slightly, taking out a latest contract from his storage bag. Last year, Jai Zhenqi considered that the war with your Shenmu sect would be protracted, and realized that he could not possibly be a match for you with the strength of his sect alone. Therefore, he mortgaged all the remaining Kongming stone mines to our Chamber of Commerce in exchange for our Xuanxiao Dao Palace sending people to help him defeat your Shenmu sect at the Hanshan Mountain. Zhao Xuanqing showed the contract, and sure enough, it bore the double seals of Jai Zhenqi and Hanshan Peak. But you didn't make a move. Ma Gang, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but speak up. Our Xuanxiao Dao Palace has many procedures. If a large number of disciples are to be dispatched, it needs to be reported up and down the chain of command. Senior brother Nan has a good relationship with Jai Zhenqi, so he sent a group of disciples over first. However, I had a meeting with your Shenmu sect's Master Zhou and received some benefits from him, which allowed me to delay things within the Dao Palace, giving you enough time to destroy the summit of Hanshan Mountain. That's why I'm in a bit of a predicament within the Dao Palace. If I don't take this void stone mine back, I'm afraid I'll have to find another way to ask your divine wood sect for it. Zhao Xuanqing spoke quite directly, and after pointing out that Zhou Shenqing had made a deal with him, he even began to threaten him bluntly. The implication is that if they don't get it, then the army of Xuanxiao Dao Palace will come, or even the nascent soul ancestor will personally demand it. Oh, is that so? Senior brother Zhou didn't tell me about it. Upon hearing this, Fu Zhangju frowned slightly but did not lose his composure. Master Fu can have a good discussion with Master Zhou. Senior brother Nan and I will come again in 3 days. After saying this, Zhao Xuanqing smiled and left with Nan Xuanjing. That guy is still as cunning as ever. Fu Zhang, you watched Zhao Xuanqing's disappearing figure and couldn't help but spit out a curse. Oh, did the old ancestor have dealt with him before? Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai couldn't help but ask. Before our 5 lineages were separated, Zhao Xuanqing was a guest of honor of the 5 Element sect, and I had met him several times. Fu Zhangju explained for a moment, then took out a talisman and began to contact Zhou Shenqing. Wisps of smoke rose and transformed into Zhou Shenqing's phantom image. Although I did contact him at the time, Zhao Xuanqing was thinking of profiting from both sides. Only when our Shenmu sect and Hanshan Peak are of equal strength can he better exploit Hanshan Peak's industries. This guy misjudged our methods. He definitely didn't expect that Jai Zhenqi would die in less than half a year, so he came in a hurry to try and gain more benefits. Since they want this void stone mine, let them have it. We should at least give face to that nascent soul grand elder of Xuanxiao Dao Palace. Zhou Shenqing's tone became somewhat helpless as he finished speaking. Although the Shenmu sect is one of the strongest sects in the eastern wilderness, it is still far inferior to the Xuanxiao Dao Palace. Although he still had some influence over the sun-bathing sea, after the passing of the primordial ancestor, there was no way he could persuade a fellow nascent soul cultivator to step forward and resist the Xuanxiao Dao Palace. So after much deliberation, I had no choice but to give in. 3 days later, Zhao Xuanqing and Nan Xuanjing arrived. After receiving the expected answer from Fu Zhangju, they exchanged a glance and nodded. But then they produced yet another contract. In addition to the void stone mine, Jai Zhenqi also mortgaged 2 small spirit stone mines in Yan Kingdom to us in order to raise spirit stones to hire rogue cultivators and thieves. Upon hearing Zhao Xuanqing's words, Fu Zhangju flew into a rage. These 3 mines are the most valuable in the entire Yan Kingdom. Your Xuanxiao Dao Palace should not go too far. Master Fu, didn't you also bully the mountain-shaking sect in the eastern wilderness in the same way? In this heavenly river realm, big fish eat little fish. Isn't that the way of cultivation all along? Zhao Xuankang smiled and said something that made Fu Zongju clench his fist. The Void Stone Mine is the last resort. If your Xuanxiao Dao Palace wants these two spirit stone mines, then you'll have to come and fight them first. Fu Zongju knew the meaning of the word insatiable greed all too well. If he gave in again, this guy might come up with some other contracts and take away all the mining assets under the name of Hanshin Peak. Therefore, they refused decisively and expressed their determination to fight to the death. That's perfect. I was just looking for an excuse to get the Dao Palace to send troops to avenge my two disciples. Since Master Fu has said so, then your Shenmu sect should just wait for the army of our Xuanxiao Dao Palace to come to your door. Nang Xuanjing, who had remained silent until now, spoke with a cold smile. Chen Mobai frowned slightly. He had originally thought that after taking down the top of the shaking mountain, he could cultivate peacefully in the eastern wilderness until he formed his core. Unexpectedly, the struggle between sects in the heavenly river realm was even more direct than he had imagined. Before the Shenmu sect could even digest the spoils of war from the Yan and Zhao kingdoms, the Xuanxiao Dao Palace, which had been eyeing them covetously, was already preparing to launch its attack. Don't think that only your Xuanxiao Dao Palace has a nascent soul grand cultivator backing you up. Fu Zongju said coldly. Chen Mobai was slightly surprised after hearing this. He really didn't know that Shenmu sect had such a powerful backer. If we're talking about the bonds of kinship, the Five Elements sect is far more authentic than your Divine Wood sect. If our Xuanxiao Dao Palace were to come knocking on our door, I reckon the Five Elements sect leader would be more than happy to welcome us and would be eager to join forces with us to wipe out these two traitorous factions. Zhao Xuankang said something that made Fu Zongju feel a sudden chill in his heart. Indeed, given the relationship with the primordial ancestor, the Five Elements sect is the rightful heir. If the Xuanxiao Dao Palace in the eastern wilderness were to collude with the Five Elements sect, they would be completely powerless to retaliate. Two spirit stone mines are absolutely not enough. I can only give you one at most. Fu Zongju's words meant that he had finally given in. Zhao Xuankang and Nan Xuanjing exchanged a glance, both of them smiling, but neither of them gave in, insisting on having the Kongaming stone mine and the two small spirit stone mines. I need to report this matter to Senior Brother Zhou. Fu Zongju could only delay again. We'll come back in 3 days. I think we should be able to see Brother Zhou again by then. Zhao Xuankang smiled confidently and turned to leave with Nan Xuanjing once again. As expected, after receiving Fu Zongju's report, Zhou Shenking snorted angrily, but still rushed over through the teleportation array. This matter has reached a point where Zhou Shenking has no choice but to intervene. Master Zhao, some things are better left unsaid. After meeting Zhao Xuankang, Zhou Shenking said something coldly. This is also the final condition of our Xuanxiao Dao Palace. As long as we have the Kongaming stone mine and two small spirit stone mines, and I can clear up the bad debts left by Jai Zhenqi, the deaths of my two junior nephews, Xuankeo and Xuanjinji, can also be wiped clean. Zhao Xuankang said solemnly. Facing Zhou Shenking, Nan Xuanjing no longer had the indifferent expression he had before. It was clear that this #1 cultivator in the eastern wilderness could still command some respect from them. It's settled now, we've both sworn an oath of faith. Zhou Shenking was also a decisive person. As long as he could buy time for Zhou to form his nascent soul, he could recover all the losses he had in the future, with interest. Brother Zhou is as straightforward as ever. I was ready all along. After Zhao Xuankang obtained the results he wanted, he produced 2 identical contracts. Then, witnessed by everyone, they made a vow of faith and each took a portion. In the future, Senior Brother Nan will lead his lineage of Xuanxiao Dao Palace disciples to establish a branch sect here, which will be like living next to the 2 Dao brothers. Please take good care of us then. After Zhao Xuankang finished this task, he introduced Nan Xuanjing, who was standing next to him. Chen Mobai felt as if all the actions of his Shenmu sect were within the other party's calculations. No wonder they stood by and watched the summit of Hanshin Mountain perish. Perhaps the Xuanxiao Dao Palace also intervened to suppress the destruction of Liujia Mountain. Since Master Nan is coming here to establish his sect, he should remember an old saying: a close neighbor is worse than a distant relative. Zhou Shenking said this with a forced smile, and Nan Xuanjing frowned, his spiritual energy surging out. The two energies clashed, and Nan Xuanjing let out a muffled groan. "Gentlemen, then we brothers will take our leave now. The Grand Elder is waiting for us to return and report." Seeing this, Zhao Xuankang remained expressionless. He grabbed Nan Xuanjing's hand, broke through Zhou Shenking's aura, and then turned and left. The two flew a long way before stopping on a mountaintop. "Senior brother, what level has Zhou Shenking's cultivation reached?" He pretended to be in the late stage of core formation, but he's probably already at the peak. He agreed to our very harsh conditions, which shows he's willing to gamble to buy time for nascent soul formation. Although his age and foundation, coupled with the scarcity of resources in the eastern wilderness, make his chances of nascent soul formation very slim, it would still be better to try to sabotage it if possible. At this moment, Nan Xuanjing's face no longer showed the arrogance he had shown at the beginning. Instead, he calmly revealed the details of Zhou Shenking that he had discovered through his probing. "If things really come to that, I'll trade my life for his." Zhao Xuanking took out the contract in which he had sworn an oath to his Tao heart, and said in an icy tone. End of this chapter. Chapter 451, Planning the Elixir for Core Formation. Chapter 451, Planning the Elixir for Core Formation. One day I'll kill those two. After watching Zhao Xuanking and the other person leave, Chen Mobai frowned and thought to himself. After experiencing 2 consecutive battles with the summit of Hanshan, a murderous intent that disregarded life had unknowingly grown within him. "Nephew Chen, there is no need to be angry. This is the law of the heavenly river realm since ancient times. Since the jellyfish created this world, the big fish eat the small fish, which is the law of the Tao." Zhou Shenking walked to Chen Mobai's side, his face no longer showing the anger he had shown when facing Zhao Xuankang and the other man. It seemed that his previous expressions were just for show. "Has it always been true?" Chen Mobai countered with a question. Having grown up in the immortal sect and received its moral education, he was still very unaccustomed to the dog-eat-dog world of the heavenly river realm. These words stunned Zhou Shenking and Fu Zongju. The 2 core formation cultivators remained silent, unsure how to respond. Reporting to the 2 patriarchs, giving the void stone mine to the Xuanxiao Dao Palace is not a great loss. At this moment, Ma Gang noticed that the atmosphere was a bit off and walked over to say something. "Oh, what do you mean?" Zhou Shenking asked curiously. "The void stone mine on the top of the Han Mountain is a miniature vein. In fact, it has been almost completely mined out. If the Xuanxiao Dao Palace takes over, it will probably be completely depleted in 3 to 5 years at most." As the minister of the Spirit Vein Department, Ma Gang has been exploring the reserves of various mineral veins on the summit of Mount Han in Yan Kingdom. Although not all of them have been explored yet, the most important mineral veins have been surveyed to a great extent. Originally, I planned to delay reporting this not-so-good news to Fu Zongju for a while, but unexpectedly, the delay led to an unexpected situation. No wonder Jai Zhenqi hasn't been as generous with his spending in the Eastern Yi region in recent years. He's had to mortgage his mines to exchange for spirit stones from the Xuanxiao Dao Palace. It turns out he's already run out of resources. Upon hearing this, Fu Zongju's tone suddenly became clear, and the gloomy look on his face dissipated considerably. If the Void Stone Mine were still in the hands of the Divine Wood Sect, that would naturally be bad news, but for them now, it's actually good news. The disciples of Xuanxiao Dao Palace are all in Dongyi. If we want to send people over to mine the veins, it will probably take some time. We can first mobilize the disciples of the Spirit Vein Department to mine the 3 veins that are to be transferred to them as cleanly as possible during this period of time. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shenking immediately gave instructions to Ma Gang, who nodded and went to handle the matter. We must also be wary of them, mobilizing local cultivation families to help them. Fu Zhangju added that Chen Mobai immediately took out his phone and informed Zhou Wangshan about the matter, asking him to send someone to keep an eye on the various families still in Wuliu Mountain. If anyone from Xuanxiao Dao Palace appeared, they could step in and give them a warning. Even if we can't stop them from cooperating with Xuanxiao Dao Palace, we should at least keep them in check during this period, giving the Spirit Vein Department more time to mine. The Xuanxiao Dao Palace has established a branch here in the eastern wilderness. It seems that the rumors about the Grand Elder's lifespan being nearing its end are true. After Ma Gang left, only 3 people remained. Through this war, Zhou Shenking and Fu Zhangju have come to regard Chen Mobai as the future of the Shenmu sect, and they do not shy away from mentioning him in their conversations. Oh, what you mean is that Xuanxiao Dao Palace is afraid that after that Grand Elder passes away, he will be suppressed and annexed by the other 2 factions in Dongyi, so they came to Donghuang in advance to make arrangements for their retreat. Fu Zhangju had also been to the Eastern Yi territory many times, and had heard a lot about the struggles between the 3 major factions. The battles between nascent soul cultivators were fierce. In the past, the primordial ancestor served as an external ally of the Bathing Sun Sea, fighting against the nascent soul cultivators of the other 2 factions of the Eastern barbarians. As for the Grand Elder of Xuanxiao Dao Palace, although outsiders do not know his exact lifespan, it is estimated from his cultivation time that he is at least over 700 years old. Although nascent soul cultivators are said to have a lifespan of 1,000 years, battles are frequent in the heavenly river realm. Every nascent soul cultivator grows up amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and they have all suffered damage to their vital energy. In the past 200 years, this Grand Elder of Xuanxiao Dao Palace has rarely engaged in combat, but he has been constantly collecting various longevity pills. All these signs reveal an aura of decline that cannot be concealed. Among the core formation cultivators under the Xuanxiao Dao Palace, although many had attempted to form their nascent souls, they all ultimately failed. Therefore, based on these observations, it can be inferred that Xuanxiao Dao Palace sent Nang Xuanjing to the eastern wilderness to establish a branch sect, possibly to leave himself a way out. This is just my speculation. If it is true, before Elder Xuanxiao passed away, he might have used his last bit of energy to wash the eastern wilderness in blood to ensure that his sect would not face any powerful external threats for the next few hundred years. Upon hearing Zhou Shenking's words, Fu Zhangju's expression became even more worried. Given the style of Xuanxiao Dao Palace, this is very likely. To break this deadlock, I'm afraid only if you, senior brother, successfully form your nascent soul. Chen Mobai's expression turned very serious after hearing Fu Zhangju's words. He knew the power of nascent soul cultivators better than anyone, since immortal dramas often used people at this level as the final villains. If it were before death, it would definitely be even more insane. Do your best. If all else fails, take your family and go to the eastern land to seek refuge with the Yiyuan Dao Palace. They will surely remember our past kindness and help us out. Zhou Shenking spoke calmly, but he was already prepared to fight with all his might. After all, he was not young anymore. If it weren't for the longevity scripture, his body would probably have aged long ago, and he would have no hope of breaking through to the nascent soul stage. That is why this is definitely his only chance in his life, and he will take this step even if it means death. If Xuanxiao Dao Palace is trying to leave itself an escape route in the eastern wilderness, then it won't go too far before that nascent soul cultivator reaches the end of his life. However, there will definitely be some underhanded tricks, which is Zhao Xuankang's forte. You must be careful after I go into seclusion. Zhou Shenking said this to both Fu Zhangju and Chen Mobai. The latter was stunned for a moment, clearly not expecting that he would have such a status in the Shenmu sect. Well, I'll try my best. Junior nephew Chen is decisive and courageous, and has outstanding talent. Once the situation in Yan Kingdom and Xiao Kingdom stabilizes, he can focus on cultivating and improving his realm within the sect. If we have a few more core formation cultivators, our Shenmu sect will be able to handle things more easily, even when facing Xuanxiao Dao Palace or other major factions in the future. In just a few words, the Chen Musect's plans for the next few decades were already set. Zhou Shenqing went into seclusion to attempt to form his nascent soul, while Fu Zhanju oversaw the overall situation. Meanwhile, geniuses like Chen Mobai, Hong, and Yin Qingmei focused on improving their cultivation levels. When they were close to completing their foundation establishment, the sect would try to collect some core formation materials and send them to the Sun Bathing Sea to attempt core formation. I will also visit the other major sects in the eastern wilderness before I go into seclusion to remind Yan Shaiyan and the others about this matter. These are all old foxes, and they all know Zhao Xuankang's character. As long as they are on guard, even if they do not resist Xuanxiao Dao Palace, at least they will not stand against our Shenmu sect. Zhou Shenqing mentioned another matter. After destroying the summit of Hanshan Mountain, Shenmu sect had already gained the momentum of being the #1 sect in the eastern wilderness, and Xuanxiao Dao Palace was also coming on strong. These two major forces would definitely clash in the territory of Yan Kingdom. If the other major sects in the eastern wilderness understood the principle of mutual dependence, they would definitely stand on the side of the Divine Wood sect. Zhou Shenqing was going to plant this seed in the hearts of the other core formation cultivators in the eastern wilderness. Your Excellencies, there is something else I have never had the chance to say. After listening to the two patriarchs' plan, Chen Mobai suddenly felt that this was a good opportunity. After thinking it over again and again, he finally spoke up when Zhou Shenqing was about to leave. "Oh, what is it?" Zhou Shenqing and Fu Zhanju both looked over curiously. Actually, before the great battle at the top of the mountain began, I was so looking forward to the final battle with Jai Dingjin that I entered a state of divine enlightenment during my seclusion. When I woke up, I found that I had broken through to the late stage of foundation establishment. Upon hearing Chen Mobai's words, Zhou Shenqing and Fu Zhanju both widened their eyes in disbelief. But then, Chen Mobai activated the Crimson Flame Sword technique, revealing powerful spiritual energy fluctuations at the late foundation establishment stage. A genius. No, you are the genius among geniuses. Could you be a legendary, unparalleled spiritual being, or a reincarnation of a celestial being from the upper realm? Zhou Shenqing and Fu Zhanju were both excited, and even became somewhat incoherent. They remembered clearly that this person had only been a member of the Shenmu sect for 10 years. When he joined the sect, he was merely a qi refining cultivator. To successfully establish one's foundation within 10 years is already considered a once-in-a-century super genius for the Divine Wood sect. The young man before them had not only successfully established his foundation, but had also broken through to the late stage of foundation establishment with unstoppable momentum. Such a terrifying speed of progress was unprecedented in the history of the Divine Wood sect, and even the Five Elements sect. Even if the primordial ancestor were alive, he would probably be horrified to see a genius like Chen Mobai, who is progressing so rapidly. Junior nephew Chen, from now on you will cultivate in Giant Tree Ridge and not worry about anything else. When you feel that you are about to complete the foundation establishment, then quietly leave the eastern wilderness through the sect's teleportation array. I will arrange for you to form your core in the Sun Bathing Sea. After their initial euphoria, Zhou Shenqing and Fu Zhanju gradually calmed down. After discussing it, they decided to use the name of the Shenmu sect to pretend that they were collecting core formation elixirs for Chu Zuoshu, but in reality, they were preparing them for Chen Mobai. There are only 2 pieces of Changsu immortal mushroom left. I will keep one piece as a seed and harvest the other piece when the time is right. I will personally go to Yan Shaiyan. This item, combined with the purple extreme ginseng from Huishan Valley, can be used to refine a batch of dragon mushroom pills. This pill can protect the body from collapsing when forming the core, and can also increase the chances of forming the core. I'm afraid Yan Shaiyan won't be willing to part with the purple ginseng in his herb garden. Fu Zhanju shook his head slightly. Yan Shaiyan was the #1 alchemy master in the eastern wilderness, and the scale of the medicinal fields in Huishan Valley was also the largest in the eastern wilderness. After the death of the Hunyuan ancestor, no one could force him to refine pills anymore. Last time, when Zhou Shenking stepped in to try and refine a batch of dragon mushroom pills for Meng Hong, Yan Shaiyan flatly refused. This time is different. His little apprentice also broke through to the late foundation establishment stage a while ago. The batch of fourth-grade pills that Yan Shaiyan wanted to refine was for core formation. He definitely wants to refine the dragon mushroom pill as well. I'll offer it to him and exchange a piece of void-piercing immortal mushroom for one pill, plus some other herbs. He might be quite happy to do so. After hearing Zhou Shenking's words, Chen Mobai's thoughts became clearer and clearer. He carefully considered his words and said something that shocked and even terrified the two of them. Reporting to the two patriarchs, after I broke through to the late stage of foundation establishment, I was teleported to the Divine Tree Secret Realm. This time, I obtained a pill formula called Golden Liquid Jade Rejuvenation Pill. This is a fourth-tier pill used by the ancient longevity sect to help its disciples form their core. After taking it, cultivators can increase their chances of forming their core by 20%. After Chen Mobai finished speaking, Zhou Shenking was so overwhelmed by the huge surprise that he almost couldn't breathe. Although Fu Zhangju was a puppet, he seemed to malfunction at this moment, standing still and stunned for more than 10 seconds. Is this prescription real? After regaining his senses, Zhou Shenking immediately took out a verdant talisman, set up a restriction that enveloped the three of them, and excitedly asked. When I was a rogue cultivator, I once obtained a book on alchemy from a stall. I have some knowledge of alchemy, and after reading it, I felt there was nothing wrong with it. However, I would still like to ask the two elders to appraise it before I can be at ease. Chen Mobai took out the Golden Elixir Jade Rejuvenation Pill formula he had prepared earlier from his storage bag and handed it to Zhou Shenking. Fu Zhangju immediately leaned over to look at it together. The cultivators in the eastern wilderness are basically all-rounders. Zhou Shenking once refined a third-level pill, which, according to the standards here, would make him a third-level alchemist. After reading the recipe for the Golden Elixir Jade Rejuvenation Pill 3 times from beginning to end, his eyes shone and his voice trembled. This is a sign from heaven that my Shenmu sect is destined for prosperity. After saying this, Zhou Shenking looked intently at Chen Mobai and spoke. Junior nephew Chen, this pill formula is extremely precious. Although the sect rules stipulate that anything obtained in the Divine Tree Secret Realm belongs to the individual, I have no choice but to take this pill formula on behalf of the sect. Since this disciple has brought it out, it is natural that I should offer it to the sect. Chen Mobai spoke very generously, and then waited to see how the two elders would reward him. Ha ha ha, you little rascal. Seeing Chen Mobai's expression, Zhou Shenking understood what he meant and couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. Senior brother, junior nephew Chen made great contributions in the war that destroyed the summit of Hanshin Mountain, and this time he has also presented the fourth-order pill formula of the longevity sect. I think it is necessary to reward him handsomely. Fu Zhangju was also very satisfied with Chen Mobai and offered his support from the side. Then, junior brother, what do you think is the best way to reward him? The fourth-order pill formula is too precious, and it is also a core-forming elixir of the longevity sect. If it were outside, it would be worth at least 10 million spirit stones. I think it would be better for the sect to refine this Golden Liquid Jade Rejuvenation Pill, and then give the completed pill to junior nephew Chen as a reward. It would be worthy of his great contributions in the war. Fu Zhangju's words struck a chord with Chen Mobai. If he were to collect the Golden Elixir Jade Rejuvenation Pill on his own, it would take an unknown amount of time. Moreover, the 8 essential 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs were something that couldn't be bought even with spirit stones. If you want to refine a batch of Golden Elixir Jade Rejuvenation Pills, it's best to have the sect take the lead. Moreover, relying solely on the Divine Wood sect might not be enough. They would also need to bring in the returning Heaven Valley and Yan Shaiyan, the #1 alchemy master in the eastern wilderness. Most importantly, Chen Mobai wasn't very confident in the alchemy skills of the eastern wilderness. Even if Yan Shaiyan was exceptionally capable, it was impossible for him to succeed in refining the golden liquid jade rejuvenation pill on his first try. The spirit stones required to refine one golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill are estimated to be over 1 million, which Chen Mobai simply cannot afford. Only by joining forces with the Divine Wood sect and the returning Heaven Valley can this fourth-tier pill be successfully refined in the eastern wilderness. Chen Mobai gave the pill formula to Zhou Shenking. The shrewd old man didn't realize what was going on at first, but he soon understood what Chen Mobai meant. Fu Zongju then added that he was extremely satisfied with Chen Mobai, a disciple of his sect. This pill formula will not be recorded as a contribution to the sect, so as not to let others know. For your merits in this war, I will record 200,000 contribution points for you, but the sect will not transfer the money to you. I will tell Chu Zuoshu that I have already transferred this contribution to you personally. Upon hearing Zhou Shenking's words, Chen Mobai was overjoyed and immediately thanked the old ancestor. This is a combination of his two great achievements, destroying the summit of Hanshin Mountain and presenting the pill formula. The reward is that the sect will help him refine this golden liquid jade rejuvenation pill. Don't worry, with this pill formula, I'll make Yan Shayin kneel down and beg me to let him refine the pill. Just focus on cultivating and improving your realm. No matter how much the sect spends, they will at least help you refine a golden liquid jade rejuvenation pill. Thank you, both of you. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai felt much more at ease. Compared to the golden elixir and jade rejuvenation pill, the rest, such as the pure yang scroll, foundation establishment perfection, opening the golden core realm, and divine sense breakthrough and transformation, are all minor matters. At this point, there were no more obstacles on his path to core formation. End of this chapter. Chapter 452, Opening the Storage Bag. Chapter 452, Opening the Storage Bag. Wuliu Mountain. With the Shenmu sect army led by Chen Mobai stationed there, this place became the center of communication for the cultivation world of Yan Kingdom after the destruction of the summit. In a short period of time, wooden and stone buildings sprang up, forming a large market town. However, cultivators have little concept of planning, so this market is a bit chaotic. After resolving the matter of the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill, Chen Mobai was in high spirits. He strolled through the market with his little apprentice, and, upon discovering these things, couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Master, what's wrong? When Luo Yixuan was by Chen Mobai's side, she was completely focused on observing her master's expressions and noticed this immediately, so she asked him about it right away. Although the spontaneously formed market town on Wuliu Mountain is safe because our sect is stationed here, the houses are arranged in a disorderly and aesthetically unpleasing manner, and the streets are messy and lack order, resulting in overcrowding in many places. Overall, it gives people a chaotic feeling, which is not good. Chen Mobai was very casual with his own apprentice and expressed his feelings. Should Master order a complete overhaul? Luo Yixuan asked again, after the destruction of the summit of Hanshin Mountain, with the two core formation ancestors not taking charge. Chen Mobai, as the commander, is the person with the highest status in the cultivation world of Yan Kingdom. If he were to speak up, even if he were to level the entire market town, no one would dare utter a word. That's unnecessary. I prefer to start from scratch and build something new rather than destroy and rebuild. In this way, it won't have any impact on the current market in Wuliusen. He had already chosen a site and was preparing to lead the disciples of the Divine Wood sect to another third-tier spiritual vein in the Rock Kingdom, soon to build a well-planned large market town. Luo Yixuan didn't fully understand Chen Mobai's words, but that didn't stop her from keeping them in mind. She felt that, when she reached a higher level of understanding in the future, she would definitely be able to comprehend them all. Or refined by the geomancers of Mount Hanshin, selling cheap. The true body forging technique passed down from the summit of Mount Shaking, the complete Qi cultivation manual, can be guaranteed by swearing an oath of Tao Heart. A second-hand magical artifact, used only by myself during this war, being sold cheaply for spirit stones. First-tier talisman. The master and apprentice strolled through the crowded streets of the market, their interest piqued by the signs on the stalls and the loud shouts from the vendors. Chen Mobai had previously managed to snag a geomancer's inheritance and a second-tier earthly evil energy in the market of Rolling Thunder Mountain. So after dealing with matters at the upper levels, he was eager to come here and take a look. Master, this thing seems pretty good. Luo Yixuan's eyes were drawn to a beautiful and lustrous jade pendant on the stall. The jade pendant was fiery red, and when she picked it up and held it in her hand, it appeared exceptionally rosy and radiant against her fair and delicate skin. A mid-grade first-tier magic artifact. When worn, it protects against external evils and cold, and also has a slight effect on nourishing the spirit. It's all right. Although Chen Mobai's knowledge of treasure appraisal was only at the beginner level, he was, after all, a top student about to graduate from the Dance Weapon Academy. He could easily identify these first-tier magical artifacts, and even if he wanted, he could deduce the refining techniques and incantations. Fellow Taoist, what is the price of this magical artifact? Upon hearing this, Luo Yixuan immediately began bargaining with the stall owner. Taking advantage of this moment, Chen Mobai browsed the stalls nearby. Although he concealed his cultivation level, his demeanor, which far surpassed that of a qi refining cultivator, made the stall owners vaguely guess what he was doing, and they all took out their best items from their storage bags. Unfortunately, at Chen Mobai's level of cultivation, even ordinary second-tier spiritual objects are of little use to him. After Luo Yixuan happily bought the jade pendant for 20 spirit stones, Chen Mobai also bought a second-tier lightning-struck stone. This is ore that has been struck by lightning. It contains a trace of pure lightning essence. Cultivators who want to practice lightning techniques can draw it out and refine it into their own spiritual power to experience the mysteries of lightning essence. For Chen Mobai, who had already mastered the third order perfected Yiwood Divine Thunder, this was naturally useless. Take this. With this, you will be able to master the Ren Water Thunder technique. Chen Mobai handed the lightning-struck stone to his young apprentice, Luo Yixuan, who was pleasantly surprised upon hearing it. She had already cultivated the black water technique to the 9th level of qi refining, but she still couldn't master the Ren Water Thunder technique recorded in this technique. This was a slight blow to Luo Yixuan, who always considered herself the most talented among the second generation of Xian'anchen. After all, her master, Chen Mobai, was not only a genius in swordsmanship, but also a genius in lightning magic. She originally thought that if she couldn't inherit the way of the sword, she should at least inherit the way of thunder. But after I started practicing thunder magic, I realized how difficult it was. Even with Chen Mobai's guidance, he barely managed to get the basics down, but when he tried to use it, he was never able to do so with ease or control. This made Luo Yixuan deeply aware of the huge gap between herself and her master in terms of talent. Compared to Chen Mobai, she was just an ordinary cultivator. Master, you are so good to me. Luo Yixuan looked delighted and happily put the lightning-struck stone into her storage bag. Over the years, the 3 disciples of the Xian'anchen lineage have become accustomed to Chen Mobai's style, which is quite different from the other masters in the eastern wilderness. They are no longer as embarrassed or even afraid to accept the things he bestows upon them as before. Master, there's actually a geomancer's lineage here too. When the master and apprentice came to a stall selling martial arts techniques, Luo Yixuan discovered the things she had previously obtained from Chen Mobai. She immediately squatted down, picked up the booklet and looked at it, finding that the contents were exactly the same as the previous 2 books she had. After the destruction of the summit of Hanshin, these things were spread. Many disciples of Hanshin who escaped on the battlefield were captured by the Jai cultivators. After their storage bags were searched, they were made to write down the contents of the cultivation techniques by memorizing them using a mind-controlling technique. This ensures that the cultivation techniques and inheritance are not a problem. The stall owner was a young man. Upon seeing Luo Yixuan's ethereal beauty, he spoke quite a bit in a slightly ingratiating manner. Oh, you seem to know this so well. could you be a tribulation cultivator? Luo Yixuan narrowed her bright eyes and looked at the young stall owner, asking him a question that made his face turn slightly pale. No, no, I just heard it from people in the market, it's not true. Seeing how frightened he looked, Chen Mobai nodded gently. When this Wuliasen market was formed, he roughly formulated a few rules, including prohibiting fighting and refusing entry to cultivators who had attempted to rob them. He knew that most of the rogue cultivators in the eastern wilderness had actually been tribulation cultivators in secret. However, he still established this rule in order to create a common understanding in the Wuliasen market that calamity cultivators cannot show their faces here. Chen Mobai won't care if you're out there robbing cultivators, but if you're on his territory, you'll only die. Let's start changing the atmosphere of the eastern wilderness from here. The master and apprentice strolled around for a while longer. Chen Mobai bought some second-tier spiritual items and was about to leave when he suddenly discovered something interesting at a stall. How much for these ores? Because of the abundance of minerals in the rock country, the most famous thing about the summit of Mount Han, besides physical cultivation, is the geomancer's inheritance, which has all kinds of strange and wonderful minerals. Brother Dao, these are all second-tier minerals. Each one costs 50 spirit stones. If you buy a lot, I can give you a 10% discount. The stall owner was an ordinary-looking old man, but his eyes were very bright, and he seemed to be quite young. Chen Mobai glanced at the dozen or so minerals on the stall and selected 3 of them. The stall owner's expression changed slightly upon seeing this. He had deliberately placed it there, but he hadn't expected it to be spotted so easily. Brother Dao is an expert, so just give me a price for these 3 crystals. Chen Mobai was slightly surprised by the stall owner's words, but then nodded gently. He felt that the old man in front of him must know him, which was why he said that. The stall owner, who resembled an old man, put the 500 spirit stones left by Chen Mobai into his storage bag. Looking at the slightly greedy eyes of his fellow stall owners around him, he felt a little worried. But he immediately straightened his back and continued setting up his stall. When the Wuliasen market had just opened, some daring robbers committed crimes, but none of them escaped far before being captured by several Foundation establishment cultivators from the Shenmu sect. Their bodies were still hanging on wooden stakes at the foot of the mountain, not yet dried. After killing him twice, no cultivator dares to become a cultivator in the 5 Willows mountain area anymore. Master, second-tier minerals only cost around 50 spirit stones on the market. Why did you give so much? On the way back to the mountaintop, Luo Yixuan looked completely bewildered. This is not ore, but refined second-tier evil energy crystal. Chen Mobai held 2 emerald green crystals and spoke calmly. Luo Yixuan obviously didn't realize it, but she also remembered that the old man at the stall had mentioned the word crystallization at the end, which meant that he knew about it and deliberately put it on his stall to attract people who wanted to find a bargain. However, what was unexpected was that Chen Mobai was the one who ended up there. He must have known the identities of the master and apprentice, so he didn't dare to use any tricks and could only do business honestly. However, Chen Mobai was a kind person and gave him 500 spirit stones, which was considered the market price. These 2 are second-tier Qingfeng Sha, which are perfect for my crimson cloud and smoke robe. This one is second-tier Taohua Sha, which can be used to upgrade Minger's 5 transformations umbrella again. There were actually other evil energy crystals on that stall, but only these 3 were useful to Chen Mobai. If my senior sister knew, she would definitely be very happy. Luo Yixuan was also happy. She knew that Chen Mobai liked his disciples to love each other. Over the years, she had gradually opened up and seemed to be becoming that kind of person herself. This evil energy crystal requires a second-level geomancer to condense. Ask the stall owner if he is a geomancer and if he is interested in joining the Divine Wood sect. Chen Mobai has always cherished talent. In the Eastern Wilderness, a second-tier professional is already enough to serve as an outer sect elder in one of the 7 major sects of the Eastern Wilderness. Yes, Master. After Luo Yixuan obediently took her leave, Chen Mobai arrived at the top of Wuliu Mountain, where there were rows of wooden houses, and his was the one at the very top. The rest were other foundation establishment cultivators from the Divine Wood sect. Wuliu Mountain was originally a third-order spiritual vein, but in order to nourish the rare medicinal herbs that were painstakingly transplanted from the top of Hanshan Mountain, Yue Zhudao did not hesitate to disperse the spiritual vein's energy and distribute it to the spiritual fields, resulting in the highest level of the spiritual vein on the mountain now being only a second-order superior grade. For foundation establishment cultivators, a second-tier spiritual vein is just enough to barely sustain their cultivation progress. Moreover, during this war, they also seized many storage bags from the cultivators at the top of the mountain and obtained a lot of spirit stones. In the case of insufficient spiritual energy, using a few more spirit stones to cultivate is no worse than cultivating with a third-order spiritual vein. In his room, Chen Mobai carefully examined the 3 crystals of malevolent energy. Although he had already examined them in the market with his insightful eyes, he still wanted to check them again for peace of mind. After confirming that there were no problems, he put it into his storage bag and then took out 7 or 8 storage bags. This was his reward for killing the Foundation Establishment cultivator at the summit of Shaking Mountain. Previously, I was fully focused on the war, but now that I've relaxed, I have time to open the bag. The powerful divine sense of the 8th level of Foundation Establishment surged forth, quickly erasing the divine sense imprints in these storage bags one by one. However, when Chen Mobai got to the last 2 storage bags, he found that his divine sense could not penetrate them. This means that the owners of these 2 storage bags possess a higher level of spiritual awareness than him. Chen Mobai remembered that he had collected this from AI Chu's corpse. That shouldn't be the case. The Foundation Establishment cultivator who died at the top of the mountain was only a Jai Dingjin realm cultivator who was above him. Even if one of them belongs to Jai Dingjin, whose is the other one? Or perhaps AI Chu, though only at the late Foundation Establishment stage, actually possesses a spiritual consciousness that is already at the peak of Foundation Establishment. As Chen Mobai was thinking this, he suddenly noticed that one of the storage bags, which had gold trim and looked very exquisite, looked somewhat familiar. This seems to be similar in style to the storage bag of the female disciple from the Xuanxiao Dao Palace he opened back then. Could it be a mysterious storage bag? Chen Mobai recalled that after he used the Yuanyang sword to kill Xuan Kaio, the latter died in Jai Dingjin's arms, so it was quite normal for his storage bag to fall into Jai Dingjin's hands. Later, Jai Dingjin was determined to die, so naturally he wouldn't have brought the storage bag with him to give to me. It might have been taken away by AI Chu. After some reasonable speculation, Chen Mobai first picked up the storage bags he had already opened with his divine sense, and then emptied them one by one. Before long, the floor of the relatively spacious wooden house was filled with piles of spirit stones, pills, minerals, books, and other items. He used his divine sense to quickly complete the inventory. There are probably 27,000 spirit stones in total, and the ores that can be collected by Foundation Establishment cultivators are at least second tier, and there are even 2 third-tier life-giving stones. This stone contains extremely gentle spiritual energy. If placed in a second-grade high-quality spiritual field and dissolved using a special method, it can yield an acre of third-grade spiritual field. These 2 life-giving stones were obtained from Eido's storage bag. Chen Mobai cherished it dearly, but there were currently no Tier 3 spirit fields in his little South Mountain. Upgrade by 2 acres, and once the Jade Spirit Rice and Jade Bamboo Spirit Rice mature, he can lead Zhu Ming to begin hybridization experiments with third-tier spirit rice. Next, he sorted out the pills and put them into a special storage bag, which also contained the pills he had previously obtained from the Xuanjinji storage bag. In total, it's worth 4 or 5,000 spirit stones. As for the remaining books, Chen Mobai only glanced at them. They were all body-strengthening techniques that could shake the mountaintop, or geomancer's inheritances, without any magical spells like falling treasure golden light that surprised him. He selected books on the lineage of geomancers, intending to give them to Luo Yixuan tomorrow. Although this disciple had not yet mastered the basics of geomancery, as her teacher, he would certainly support her since she was interested. After tidying up, Chen Mobai looked at the last 2 storage bags. He went to the wooden table in the room, took out his talisman-making tools, took out a piece of second-tier jade talisman paper, straightened it, and with swift and skillful strokes, easily drew the blank talisman. He immediately broke open both storage bags as well. Because he was filled with anticipation, Chen Mobai picked them up one by one, starting with the one with gold trim. The first thing to drop was 10 crystal-clear, high-grade spirit stones. Seeing this, Chen Mobai grinned and couldn't help but laugh out loud. This guy is much richer than his junior sister, Xuan Jinjai. Are all the foundation establishment cultivators in Xuanxiao Dao Palace so well-stocked with storage bags? They're guaranteed to yield at least a high-grade spirit stone. Then 2 golden halberds, 5 pieces of gold crystal, and a large pile of pills fell from the storage bag onto the floor. Golden crystal and mysterious golden mushroom are the same. They can be used to cultivate the falling treasure golden light. Jinji Chen Mobai also remembered that when he fought Xuan Kaio, the latter had used the same weapon, which was so powerful that it was almost comparable to his azure flame sword. Unfortunately, in the end, it was still deformed by his 5-element sword finger. After examining the 2 golden halberds, Chen Mobai realized that it was because the magical artifacts were of poor quality. This golden halberd is merely a second-tier low-grade magic weapon, but it is a one-time use magic weapon. When combined with the secret technique cultivated by Xuan Kaio, it can unleash a powerful force close to that of a 3rd-tier magic weapon at the cost of destroying the magic weapon itself. Although Chen Mobai did not cultivate the Xuanxiao Dao Palace's techniques, if he were willing to put in the effort, with his expertise in appraising treasures, he could deduce the refining method and incantation of the golden halberd. This magical artifact was useless to him. It was not as useful as a sword strike he could casually unleash. However, it can be bestowed upon one's own disciple. Although chi-refining cultivators cannot unleash the full power of the golden spear, it can play a miraculous role in critical moments. After checking Xuan Kaio's storage bag, Chen Mobai picked up Jai Dingjin's bag, opened it, and gently poured it onto the ground. With a series of dull thuds, pieces of silvery gray ore fell onto the wooden floor. What's this? At first, Chen Mobai was a little incredulous. After carefully examining the stone repeatedly, he finally confirmed that it was indeed a void stone. Jai Dingjin's storage bag contained only void stones. Chen Mobai counted them. There were a total of 38 pieces. These all appear to have been mined from raw ore and have not yet been cut. They are irregularly shaped but roughly the same size. In the eastern wilderness, these void stones are generally considered to be of the 3rd rank, and each one is worth thousands of spirit stones. In other words, Jai Dingjin's bag contained nearly 40,000 spirit stones. End of this chapter. Chapter 453, Yan Shayan. Chapter 453, Yan Shayan. But what does Jai Dingjin need so many void stones for? Chen Mobai picked up a pile of silver-gray ores from the floor, full of doubt. These things could be used to make storage bags, but their main purpose was to set up teleportation arrays. With a teleportation array, one can both attack and defend, so all major sects and cultivation families will try their best to set one up as long as conditions permit. The catalyst for the first major battle at the summit of Hanshan was the plot by the 2 cultivation families of Lei Kingdom, the Gong family and the Zheng family, to harm the guardian of Shenmu sect. Later, other cultivation families in Lei Kingdom tried to distance themselves from the 2 major families and attacked them, but they escaped through the teleportation array. In this great battle against the summit of Hanshan Mountain, if Zhou Shenking hadn't decisively used the pulse-breaking pearl, which shook the Earth's veins and caused the teleportation array to malfunction, Jai Zhenqi would probably have already fled to the eastern barbarians with most of his elite troops and wealth. This is why the value of the void stone in the eastern wilderness has always remained high. After checking all the storage bags, Chen Mobai couldn't help but show a satisfied expression. These together amount to 200,000 spirit stones. No wonder the cultivation forces in the eastern wilderness love to fight so much. This is just his personal gain on the battlefield. Unfortunately, this kind of behavior cannot be sustainable. The eastern wilderness is such a large area with abundant resources, but most cultivators only focus on seizing them as the quickest way to obtain them. However, this is also due to the general environment of the eastern wilderness. Many cultivators who honestly make talismans and mine to earn spirit stones end up having their hard-earned spirit stones stolen by thieves. This leads to fewer and fewer cultivators working and not thinking about producing anything, but instead becoming thieves to gain something without working. Chen Mobai hoped to bring a peaceful environment to the eastern wilderness, free from tribulations and calamities. In this way, every cultivator could obtain cultivation resources through their own efforts, thus bringing order to the world. Only with order can there be stability, and only in a stable environment can there be progress and prosperity. Compared to becoming a cultivator, Chen Mobai believed that making money through business was the way to go in the long run. After all, compared to the immortal sects, the resources here are far more abundant. The next day, Luo Yixuan brought along the old man who sold evil energy crystals in the market. His name was Lu Deata, and he had the cultivation level of the 9th level of Qi refining. He was indeed a 2nd-level Earth Master. I never expected it to be immortal Master Chen. I was blind to his greatness. These 500 spirit stones. Upon seeing Chen Mobai, Lu Deata handed over a bag of spirit stones, intending to return the spirit stones that Chen Mobai had purchased for the evil energy crystal. This is a normal transaction, so you can accept it. I've called you here today to ask you about geomancers. Chen Mobai waved his hand, signaling Lu Deata to take the spirit stones back. The latter was obviously just putting on an act, and immediately took them back upon hearing this. Master Chen, please ask. Since you have been able to cultivate to such a level beyond the Earth Master, what are your thoughts on the spiritual energy of the Earth veins within the Yan Kingdom? I wonder what aspect Master Chen would like to know. I intend to find a suitable spiritual vein to serve as the future garrison for my sect in the Yan Kingdom. Of course, I also plan to develop it into the #1 cultivation market in the Yan Kingdom, or even a celestial city. Since he wanted to consult a professional, Chen Mobai truthfully expressed his thoughts. Within the territory of Yan Kingdom, in addition to the 4th-order spiritual vein where the summit of Hanshin Mountain is located, there are 7 3rd-order spiritual veins, all of which are occupied by local cultivation families. However, the largest Jai family has been destroyed along with the top of Hanshin Mountain. The Jiao family, He family, and family also suffered heavy losses in this war. The core figures of these families have all fled Yan Kingdom, so there are 4 3rd-order spiritual veins to choose from. Among them, the Jai family's Baiyuan Mountain spiritual vein is the most abundant, being a 3rd-grade superior quality. Moreover, after hundreds of years of management by the Jai family, the spiritual fields and medicinal fields are also well developed, and the geographical location is also good, making it the most suitable. After listening to Lu Deata's words, Chen Mobai took out a map of the Yan Kingdom, and with the latter's guidance, found the Baiyuan Mountain. However, after looking at it, I discovered a problem. The Baiyuan Mountain is only 100 miles away from the top of Hanshin Mountain, and the Kongaming Stone Mine is located in a canyon 80 kilometers away. If we occupy Baiyuan Mountain, it is very likely that we will be adjacent to Xuanxiao Dao Palace, which plans to open a branch sect within Yan Kingdom. But Chen Mobai thought about it carefully again. He estimated that the relationship between his side and Xuanxiao Dao Palace could not be eased. When Zhou Shenking formed his nascent soul, he would likely have to fight with them. Placing the place where Shenmu sect was stationed in Baiyuan Mountain would also serve as a nail, firmly driven into the very center of Yan Kingdom. Let's stay here. Chen Mobai stretched out his right hand, and slapped the North Abyss Mountain on the map heavily. "Thank you for clearing up my doubts, Brother Lu." "Not at all. It would be my honor to be able to help immortal Master Chen. We should also make plans for the third-tier spiritual vein immortal masters left behind by the Jiao family and other Yan family clans. These families have left behind some old, weak, sick, and disabled people who have been targeted by many tribulation cultivators. If they are not occupied as soon as possible, they may be plundered by the tribulation cultivators one by one." Lu Dayata learned from Luo Yixuan that Chen Mobai wanted to recruit him into the Shenmu sect. For him, a rogue cultivator, this was an incredible stroke of luck. He answered all questions and even offered his own opinions. "That makes sense. Xuaner, call senior brother Zhou, senior brother Liang, and junior brother Yu over." Chen Mobai nodded and asked Luo Yixuan to summon Zhou Wangshan and the others, preparing to send the 3 Foundation establishment cultivators to handle this matter. Finally, he talked with Lu Dayata about some knowledge related to geomancers and learned that the latter had once tried to break through to the Foundation establishment stage, but unfortunately failed. However, he had immersed himself in geomancers for decades, traveled to several countries in the northern part of the eastern wilderness, and applied his knowledge to achieve the second-tier profession. After confirming that the latter was truly skilled, Chen Mobai invited him to join the Shenmu sect. "Brother Lu, the official documents for the outer sect elders still need to be stamped by the Divine Wood Hall, but I can give you the relevant benefits first." As the main general of the battlefield, Chen Mobai is qualified to recruit rogue cultivators at the 2nd level of the 9th level of Qi refining to become outer sect elders. However, if he is to be officially recognized by all countries of the Divine Wood sect, he still needs the sect leader's approval. "I am so fortunate." After receiving Chen Mobai's approval, Lu Dayata's eyes reddened. For independent cultivators, being able to join a major sect in the eastern wilderness truly requires luck. It was only less than 100 years since the Shenmu sect split off, and its rules were not strict enough, and there were not enough disciples in the sect that created this opportunity. Chen Mobai chose to join the Shenmu sect precisely because of this. "I have a task for you. You need to lead some disciples from the sect to survey the terrain of Beiyuan Mountain." Chen Mobai rolled up the map on the table and handed it to Lu Dayata. The map was extremely rudimentary, but it was the best he could find. "What is the meaning of this topographic map?" Lu Dayata did not understand Chen Mobai's name, so the latter immediately took out paper and pen and used his superb painting skills to draw a detailed map of Wuliu Mountain. It was like a perfect map of the entire mountain range and even the streets of the city, scaled down to the same size, which captivated Lu Dayata. As a second-tier geomancer, he quickly grasped the symbols such as contour lines, spiritual vein markings, and spiritual field dimensions. "Take the survey according to this standard, and bring it back to me after you've finished drawing it." After speaking, Chen Mobai instructed Luo Yixuan, who had just returned, to select a small team of disciples from her ranks to escort Lu Dayata to Beiyuan Mountain to complete the mission. "Yes, Master." After the two took their leave, Zhou Wangshan, Liang Lingzhen, and Yu Lian also arrived. Chen Mobai explained that he had chosen Beiyuan Mountain as the place to guard, and they all nodded, indicating that they had no objections. The Jiao family, the He family, and the family stood firmly on the side of Mount Hanshan during the war. However, the Foundation establishment ancestors of the 3 families have already led their core disciples to escape from the eastern wilderness. I suspect that Xuanxiao Dao Palace may use them. You should go and investigate. After the war ended, Chen Mobai no longer had to engage in magical battles, but he still had a lot of tedious tasks to deal with. The first priority is naturally to guard against the Xuanxiao Dao Palace, followed by suppressing the rogue cultivators and thieves in the Yan Kingdom and Xiao Kingdom, who have become somewhat lawless due to the disappearance of the Hanshan Mountain. Zhou, Wang, and the other 2 are all talented young people in the Shenmu sect, and Chen Mobai has complete confidence in their methods. Among them, Liang Lingzhen was a true disciple of Yue Zhudao in the same class. Although he took 2 foundation establishment pills to successfully establish his foundation, Chen Mobai felt that he was the most steady in his actions among the three. The day after the three left, Chen Mobai received a message from Fu Zongju. Nan Xuanjing arrived with 300 disciples from the Xuanxiao Dao Palace. Among them, besides Nan Xuanjing, a core formation cultivator, there are 9 foundation establishment cultivators. However, most of them are elderly cultivators. It seems that for Xuanxiao Dao Palace, being sent to the eastern wilderness is like being exiled, and no young cultivators are willing to come. It was precisely for this reason that the only 2 young foundation establishment cultivators attracted Chen Mobai's curious gaze. Nan Xuanjing and Fu Zongju flew at the forefront, heading towards the 3 mines to be handed over. Chen Mobai, along with Yue Zhudao and 9 other foundation establishment cultivators, followed behind the 2 core formation cultivators. Both sides were sizing each other up. The cultivators of Xuanxiao Dao Palace naturally carry an air of arrogance towards the eastern wilderness. However, when their gazes fell upon Chen Mobai, they all revealed a look of apprehension. Among their lineage, the strongest were Xuan Kaio and Xuan Jinjai, who were also the most likely to form their cores. However, these 2 foundation establishment experts, whom they admired wholeheartedly, both died under the sword of this handsome young man in the eastern wilderness. In a side-by-side comparison, the foundation establishment cultivators of Xuanxiao Dao Palace looked at Chen Mobai as if they were looking at some peerless demon king. However, the 2 young foundation establishment cultivators, while filled with awe, also showed an eagerness to try their hand at the subject. He seems to want to challenge Chen Mobai and become famous in one battle. We're here, this is it. At this time, they all flew to Changxi Valley, where the Kongming stone mine was located. Nan Xuanjing had obviously inquired about it beforehand and took the lead in flying towards the canyon. Soon after, streaks of spiritual light began to flash and illuminate below. Ma Gang led the disciples of the Divine Wood sect's spirit vein department out of the mine with reluctance. Each of them had 2 storage bags hanging from their waists. Although they looked tired, their expressions were full of satisfaction. Leave all your things behind. Seeing this, Nan Xuanjing was so angry that his face almost exploded, and he shouted at Ma Gang and the others. Master Nan, why bother with such a small amount of ore? Fu Zongju's expression turned cold as he stood in front of Nan Xuanjing. You are no match for me, don't humiliate yourself. Nan Xuanjing's face was cold, but at this moment he seemed to realize something. He looked towards the east side of Changxi Valley and saw another, Fu Zongju, standing there, staring coldly at him. 2 puppet bodies. Seeing this, Nan Xuanjing hesitated, but when he thought that if he retreated today, it would probably not be easy to open a branch sect in this eastern wilderness in the future, he hardened his heart and decided to fight Fu Zongju. I have always been curious about your sect's great techniques. I fought against 2 of your fellow Taoists on the battlefield before. Because I couldn't hold back, I killed them a little too quickly. Now that I have the opportunity, I would like to ask you fellow Taoists for guidance. Just then, Chen Mobai suddenly smiled and challenged the 9 foundation establishment cultivators from the Xuanxiao Dao Palace in front of him to a duel. He stepped forward alone, stood in front of the 9 people, and extended his right hand. However, all 9 people from Xuanxiao Dao Palace took a step back. Even the 2 young foundation establishment cultivators retreated due to their instinctive fear. This scene, witnessed by Nan Xuanjing, made his expression even more gloomy. But it also reminded him, if he cannot take down Fu Zongju's 2 puppet bodies in a short time, then the handsome young man from Shenmu sect who killed his 2 prized disciples will probably be able to kill most of the 9 foundation establishment cultivators he brought. HMPH, forget it. Only you country bumpkins from the East Wilderness would care about such petty gains. I'll just consider it a gift to you. After thinking for a moment, Nan Xuanjing decided to play it safe. However, Chen Mobai still challenged the 9 foundation establishment cultivators of Xuanxiao Dao Palace to a duel, but none of them dared to step forward. There are still 2 spirit stone mines to be handed over. We can spar sometime later. Nan Xuanjing couldn't stand it any longer. After leaving behind 2 Foundation establishment cultivators, he urged Fu Zongju to fly towards the other 2 spirit stone mines. Seeing this, Chen Mobai could only look on with regret. In the other 2 spirit stone mines, disciples of the Divine Wood sect were also racing against time to mine the raw ore. However, given that Nan Xuanjing personally came to the door, and considering that it concerned Zhou Shenking's Dao Heart Oath, Fu Zongju still regretfully handed it over. By the way, our Xuanxiao Dao Palace needs a spiritual vein site to establish a branch here. I've heard that Beiyuan Mountain is quite good. This is really unfortunate. We have already occupied Beiyuan Mountain. Fu Zongju shook his head and refused, but Nan Xuanjing did not insist this time. He casually mentioned another third-order spiritual vein belonging to the Jiao family. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai knew that the Foundation establishment family patriarchs who had escaped from Yan Kingdom had probably already colluded with Xuanxiao Dao Palace. After this matter was resolved, things suddenly calmed down in Iwakuni. The news that Xuanxiao Dao Palace had established a branch here spread quickly. However, compared to the tranquility of the cultivation world in Yan Kingdom, the entire eastern wilderness was stirred up by this. Huishan Valley. The Xia Kingdom, located among the 19 kingdoms of the eastern wilderness, is a place where volcanic eruptions occur year-round, possessing the most fire-veined spiritual energy in the entire eastern wilderness. Besides the Xia Kingdom, the neighboring Flower Kingdom is also part of the Huishan Valley. This entire country is a plain of spiritual fields, where all kinds of exotic flowers and herbs are grown, earning it the reputation of the Flower and Herb Kingdom. A streak of deep green light flashed across the azure sky, and soon landed on the forbidden area of Huishan Valley, Duzuo Mountain. This is a tamed volcano, and also the second-best 4th-tier mid-grade fire vein in the eastern wilderness, second only to the 5-element sect Yan Kingdom. An old man with gray hair, wearing a dark blue robe and a thin face was standing in front of a huge alchemy furnace. Suddenly, he looked up. The deep green light stopped above his head and transformed into the handsome and youthful Zhou Shenking. This is truly a rare guest. The old man was none other than Yan Shayin of Huishan Valley. He saw Zhou Shenking frown, but still waved his sleeve and opened the array restriction of this solitary mountain. However, Zhou Shenking did not land, but Yan Shayin stepped out of the formation and arrived in the sky. "Brother Zhou, what brings you here today?" Yan Shayin's attitude was lukewarm, seemingly not very welcoming of Zhou Shenking's visit. "Are you aware that the Xuanxiao Dao Palace has entered the area?" Zhou Shenking first talked about Nan Xuanjing's arrival in the eastern wilderness to establish a branch sect. After listening, Yan Shayin remained silent for a moment and then shook his head. "I didn't know beforehand, but even if I had, I couldn't have stopped it after all. That's the Xuanxiao Dao Palace. There are no nascent soul cultivators in the entire eastern wilderness, so they naturally lack confidence when facing the Xuanxiao Dao Palace. The eastern wilderness is, after all, our eastern wilderness. If possible, I still want to cut off the hands that are reaching out from outside." Zhou Shenking spoke in a cold tone, and Yan Shayin did not respond, waiting for him to continue. "I'm about to form my nascent soul, and my life or death depends on this moment. But before I do, I still hope that the Divine Wood sect can have a successor, so I would like you to help me refine a batch of pills." Yan Shayin shook his head immediately after hearing this. "Isn't Fu Zongju a good successor? Besides, I've been busy refining the 100-flower pill to improve my cultivation lately, so I really don't have time to refine the other pills." After hearing this, Zhou Shenking revealed a half-smile. "Don't you want to know what kind of pill I asked you to refine?" "Brother Zhou, I am truly sorry. My lifespan is limited, and I wish to attempt to reach the nascent soul stage before I pass away. I have already decided to no longer refine pills for outsiders." After hearing this, Yan Shayin shook his head again and refused Zhou Shenking once more. He was originally a genius, becoming a 4th-level alchemist at a young age. If he hadn't been forced by the primordial ancestor to refine various pills for the 5-element sect, he probably would have broken through to the core formation stage even earlier than Zhou Shenking. Now that the primordial ancestor has finally passed away, Yan Shaiyan is determined to make up for the more than 100 years he lost to the Five Elements sect. But just as he turned to return to Lonely Mountain, the sound of paper tearing reached his ears. Yan Shaiyan looked up and saw Zhou Shenking tear a pill formula in half from his sleeve and hand him half of it. "This is. My master passed on a 4th grade pill formula to me before he died. You should change your mind after you see it." Upon hearing Zhou Shenking's words and seeing the smiling expression on the latter's face, Yan Shaiyan instinctively sensed that something was amiss. But the pill formula was just too attractive to him as an alchemist, especially since it was a 4th-order pill formula left behind by the primordial ancestor. It should be noted that they only have 2 4th-tier pill formulas in their return to Heaven Valley, one of which is an ancient formula that is practically impossible to refine. I was just taking a look. With this thought in mind, Yan Shaiyan took the small half of the prescription handed over by Zhou Shenking, and then squinted his eyes to read the beginning. Upon seeing this, his eyes widened suddenly, and his whole body began to tremble. This. Well, do you have time to refine it?" Seeing Yan Shaiyan's expression, Zhou Shenking asked with a grin. The latter immediately looked up at the other half of the pill formula in his hand. Given his expertise in alchemy, he could tell from the beginning that the prescription was most likely genuine. A pill formula that can increase the probability of forming a core by 20% would be highly sought after even in the eastern lands. If Yan Shaiyan hadn't clearly known that he was no match for the guy in front of him, he almost would have tried to snatch it. "Where did you get this pill formula?" If the Five Elements sect had such a pill formula in the past, they would definitely have tried to collect the medicinal materials to refine it. As the chief alchemist of the Five Elements sect at that time, it was impossible for me not to notice it. After taking a deep breath, Yan Shaiyan calmed down and asked in return, "You don't need to worry about that. Anyway, it's the foundation that my master left to me as his disciple. I only have one question for you. Do you have time to practice it?" Yes. "Didn't you say you wanted to focus on cultivation and had decided to stop refining pills for outsiders?" "Anything not sworn can be taken back. Besides, I haven't refined pills for a few years and want to stretch my muscles." Cough, cough, cough. Yan Shaiyan felt a little awkward halfway through his sentence, but he was an old hand at this. Facing Zhou Shenking's smiling expression, he coughed and turned his gaze to the large portion of the prescription in the latter's hand. "But I need to see the entire formula before I can determine if it can be refined. Why don't you give me the one you have first? There's no need for this kind of formality between us." After finishing his jokes, Zhou Shenking held up the formula for the Golden Elixir Jade Rejuvenation Pill. His expression turned serious, and he began to state his conditions. "I can give you this pill formula, but you must swear an oath that this pill formula can only be known to you and cannot be passed on to anyone else. Moreover, if you want to refine this Golden Liquid Jade Rejuvenation Pill, you need the consent of my Divine Wood sect." Isn't this just looking for someone to be a tool for alchemy? Yan Shaiyan frowned after hearing this. "Zhou Shenking, this condition is too harsh, and in the entire eastern wilderness, only I can help you refine this Golden Liquid Jade Rejuvenation Pill. You are the only 4th-level alchemist in the eastern wilderness, but there are quite a few outside of the eastern wilderness. You also know that I have a good relationship with the Sunbathing Sea." Zhou Shenking's words silenced Yan Shaiyan. "Can?" After a long while, faced with the immense temptation of the Golden Elixir Jade Rejuvenation Pill, Yan Shaiyan gritted his teeth and agreed to this extremely harsh condition. "Our 2 sects will each provide half of the materials for alchemy, and the pills will be divided 50-50 after they are made. If an odd number of pills are made, they will belong to my Shenmu sect." Zhou Shenking made another request, and after hesitating for a moment, Yan Shaiyan nodded in agreement. Generally speaking, when Huishan Valley refines pills, the client is required to provide all the materials, and the valley takes no responsibility for the success or failure of the process. If it's successfully refined, a cut will be taken. However, faced with the precious pill formula of golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill, Yan Shaiyan was willing to abandon the bottom-line principles he had upheld since entering the world of alchemy. The two discussed some details, and after confirming that there were no problems, each made a vow of faith. Then, with trembling right hand, Yan Shaiyan took the remaining half of the golden liquid jade rejuvenation pill formula, pieced it together with the small half in his hand, and began to look at it with great fascination. Other medicinal materials are easy to find, but the thousand-year-old blood coral, thousand-year-old purple fruit, and thousand-year-old black marrow are not available in the eastern wilderness. We need to find a way to purchase them from outside the eastern wilderness. After reading it, Yan Shaiyan pointed to 3 of the main ingredients and said, "You are a guest elder of the Starry Sky Merchant Guild. These 3 things should be no problem for you." Zhou Shenking knew that Yan Shaiyan was telling the truth. He understood this after reading the prescription. With his abilities, he could only gather 2 of the 8 main ingredients in a short period of time. Yan Shaiyan was able to gather 5 kinds, which shows that Huishan Valley's cultivation of medicinal herbs is indeed better than that of Shenmu sect. There are thousand-year-old blood corals in the sunbathing sea. It would be more convenient for you to buy them there. Yan Shaiyan meant it that way, but Zhou Shenking shook his head. "I need to go into seclusion to cultivate and prepare for nascent soul formation. It's best not to let anyone know that we are cooperating on this golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill. You should be the one to collect it." As they spoke, Zhou Shenking first tossed a storage bag of medicinal herbs he had brought to Yan Shaiyan. Inside, in addition to hundreds of auxiliary medicines, there were also precious jade marrow golden fungus and a piece of Changshu immortal fungus. Chu Zuoshu is truly blessed to have you as his master. Yan Shaiyan thought Zhou Shenking was preparing the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill for Chu Zuoshu and sighed. The latter smiled, did not explain, and turned into a beam of light and disappeared from the spot. End of this chapter. Chapter 454, Northern Abyss Immortal City, thanks to Alliance leader Shandian Bushinghen. Chapter 454, Northern Abyss Immortal City, thanks to Alliance leader Shandian Bushinghen. Chen Mobai was unaware that Zhou Shenking had already secured the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill. He was already immersed in the joy of building the city. Lu Deada was very capable. He completed the exploration of the entire Baiyuan Mountain and its surrounding area in just half a month. However, his drawing skills were average. Although the map he drew was considered very exquisite and standard by the standards of the eastern wilderness, it was still somewhat rough in the eyes of Chen Mobai, who was used to printing. But these are all minor matters. After obtaining the topographical survey map of Baiyuan Mountain, Chen Mobai began to work on the overall planning and layout of a large cave city that could radiate to Yan Kingdom and Xiao Kingdom, with this as the core. Therefore, he sent Lu Deada out again, this time on a long-term mission, to redraw the maps of the 2 countries according to his standards. Although Chen Mobai had no experience in planning and design, his powerful divine sense at the 8th level of foundation establishment, coupled with his consumption of enlightenment tea and snow needle immortal sprouts, made his learning ability extremely strong. Using Kingdi's account, Chen Mobai searched online for planning and layout maps of some immortal sects and blessed lands. He also returned to the Wuki Dao Academy to consult with the teachers of related courses. After studying them carefully for a month, he has already made great progress in this field. He personally drew up a grand city plan, with a layout that was very much in the style of a celestial being. "Junior brother Chen, are you planning to build an immortal city?" When Yue Zhudao came to have tea with Chen Mobai, he saw the huge blueprints that the latter had spread out on the floor. The precise and detailed lines and dimensions, from the plan to the elevation to the section, as well as the various exquisite details, made him instantly imagine a vast and magnificent yet neat and orderly megacity in his mind, and he couldn't help but show a look of shock. "It's not quite a celestial city yet. We just want to create a well-planned city that's suitable for cultivators to live and interact in." Chen Mobai shook his head. He knew that in the eastern wilderness, only the five-element sect headquarters, where the primordial ancestor was still alive, dared to be called a celestial city. Yue Zhudao was once a disciple of the five-element sect. He grew up in Hunyuan Immortal City and has vivid memories of the place. Even that Hunyuan Immortal City is worlds apart from the Baiyuan City on Chen Mobai's blueprints, like the difference between an exquisite courtyard and a thatched cottage. It's not a matter of the size of the land area, but rather a huge difference in order and structure between the two in terms of their fundamental planning. In Yue Zhudao's view, one is a main road leading to the heavens, and the other is a country lane. This is quite normal, since Baiyuan City was planned by Chen Mobai according to the standards of Wangwu Cave Heaven, the capital of the immortal sect. So, after it was expressed on the blueprints in the eyes of Yue Zhudao, a person from the Tian realm, it looked like a celestial city in the heavens. The reason this design was possible is that the eastern wilderness is sparsely populated, and the land reclamation that is most difficult for immortal sects is not a problem here. Chen Mobai feared that after the establishment of Baiyuan City, it would be abandoned due to the lack of population and become a ghost town. We need to make an overall plan first. With the current manpower of the sect here, we definitely can't achieve the levels shown on the blueprints. I plan to first establish a market town for communication in the core area, and then gradually expand to the outer area as more cultivators come. Chen Mobai and Yue Zhudao are also close friends, and the latter has a very active mind. He only said the beginning, and Yue Zhudao already roughly understood his thoughts. Make thorough preparations before doing anything, and move forward step by step according to the plan and goals. With Brother Chen's concise and clear guidance, the people below will also be able to work smoothly. With a sigh, Yue Zhudao understood the meaning of planning. He squatted down and kept asking questions of Chen Mobai about the planning map of Baiyuan Immortal City. Once we have the overall plan, the rest becomes much simpler. As long as we follow this general direction, grasp the main points, and continuously add details, we'll be fine. A short while later, Yuan Che and Zhu Hankyu were also called over by Chen Mobai. Senior Brother Yuan, if Baiyuan City is to be established, some areas will need to be leveled and developed. I'll have to trouble you with this matter. Because of the immense power of cultivators, they can move mountains and fill rivers. When designing, Chen Mobai also made bold moves, choosing to flatten some small hills that affected urban traffic. However, for the core Baiyuan Mountain, he still followed the planning concept of harmony between nature and man, and expanded outwards in all directions along this majestic sacred mountain. The first phase of Baiyuan City Market is located at the foot of this sacred mountain. On the east and west sides are thousands of acres of spiritual fields and medicinal fields that the Jai family has cultivated over hundreds of years. Chen Mobai has not touched them for the time being. If the market can no longer meet the requirements in the future, these will also be included in the city's construction plan. In the construction of markets in the eastern wilderness, array formations are also crucial. After all, according to Chen Mobai's idea, this Baiyuan city might become the main base for confronting Xuanxiao Dao Palace in the future. If the defense is not strong enough, not only the cultivators in the city, but even he himself would feel uneasy. Senior Sister Zhuo, what kind of formation do you think would be most suitable? For professional matters, consult the professionals, Chen Mobai politely asked Zhu Hankyu. The simplest one is naturally our sect's 10,000 trees formation. As long as we keep planting Qingyang spirit trees, its power will become stronger and stronger. If we follow Junior Brother Chen's plan, we might be able to turn Baiyuan Mountain into a second giant tree ridge. After Zhu Hankyu entered, she had been looking at the blueprints of Baiyuan City. Only after hearing Chen Mobai's question did she come back to her senses from the shock and offer a seasoned suggestion. I'm afraid that won't work. The formation in Baiyuan City needs to be put into use as soon as possible, because no one knows when the balance between our sect and Xuanxiao Dao Palace will be broken. We don't have time to let the formation grow. After listening, Chen Mobai shook his head and expressed his disapproval. If we want to play it safe, we can set up the mysterious 5 elements array, which is a third-tier array. If we have enough materials and combine it with the Earth's spiritual energy, we can push it up to the 4th tier. Zhuo Hongqiu nodded, and, based on the geological environment of Baiyuan Mountain, described another formation. If this immortal city is completed, it would be utterly unworthy without the protection of a 4th-order formation. This is also the 5-element sect's signature formation, which constantly changes its gates according to the flow of the 5 elements. At its peak, the primordial ancestor sat in the center, assisted by 5 core formation experts including Zhou Shenking, and suppressed countless demonic beasts in Yunmeng Marsh. This formation might not be very good. The spiritual veins of Baiyuan Mountain contain metal within the earth, and the spiritual energy of the earth veins accounts for more than 70%. If we want to set up a 5 elements formation, we not only need to suppress a portion of the earth veins, but also need to bury a large number of spiritual objects of the wood, water, and fire elements to maintain the balance of the 5 elements. It's not worth it. Yue Zhudao was also highly skilled in formations, and having previously reviewed the topographical and spiritual vein survey map of Baiyuan Mountain, he felt that the 5 elements formation was not suitable for this location. Does the earth vein contain gold? There is also a Sumeru 9 Palaces formation array plate in the sect. This was obtained when the 2 ancestors and Uncle Mo joined forces to break a country's battle formation during the battle with the 5-element sect's earth vein. It can be transformed into a mountain-protecting array or a battle array. However, it is quite complicated to set up, and in order to unleash its power, in addition to the array flags, it also requires the cooperation of many cultivators. Zhuo Hongqiu thought for a moment, and remembered a formation plate that was left unused in the formation department. That was a major battle between the Divine Wood sect and the 5-element sect after the sect split up. Only after the Sumeru 9 Palaces formation was broken did the 5-element sect reluctantly admit the fact of the split. I remember this array plate was already damaged. Yue Zhudao was obviously aware of this as well, and after hearing Zhuo Hongqiu's suggestion, he asked in surprise. The array department hasn't had much to do in the last few decades, so we've been trying to find a way to repair this array plate. Although we can't restore it to its peak 4th level yet, it should be able to reach the 3rd level when it's set up and running. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai began to ask questions about the Sumeru 9 Palaces formation. Zhuo Hongqiu answered truthfully, while Yue Zhudao added his own explanations. We also need to check whether the formation arrangement conflicts with the construction of Baiyuan City. During the discussion, Yuan Che also raised an opinion. In the eastern wilderness, formations are usually the first priority because battles are frequent here, and if the defense is not done well, no matter how well the construction is done, it will be in vain. However, Chen Mobai's blueprints for the Northern Abyss Immortal City were so impressive that they were determined not to disrupt the plan, so they placed the formation after the Immortal City. That's easy. I'll just use a map as a reference, and if there are any conflicts, I'll just revise the city plan accordingly. It was Chen Mobai who took the initiative to raise the priority of the formation, since this was the eastern wilderness, and the experience of thousands of years was correct. Chen Mobai took out a blank sheet of paper, overlaid the overall planning plan, and also drew the Sumeru 9 Palaces formation. Sure enough, he found many conflicting points. He consulted Zhuo Hongqiu and Yue Zhudao and confirmed the modification plan. Then we've decided to set up this formation. Once the 2 most important things were settled, they could begin to take action. Yuan Che took the lead and immediately set off with a group of cultivators under his command to Baiyuan Mountain. Zhuo Hongqiu, on the other hand, needs to return to the sect to bring out the array plate. Chen Mobai packed up a set of planning blueprints for Baiyuan City and had Zhuo Hongqiu take them to the sect, intending to give Chu Zuoshu and other upper echelons of the Shenmu sect a little shock. The construction of Baiyuan City will require a large amount of resources, which Chen Mobai alone certainly cannot accomplish. The 2 core formation ancestors would likely support him, but the establishment of Baiyuan City required the full cooperation of the 3 halls and 12 departments of the Divine Wood sect. Therefore, Chen Mobai felt it was better to send the planning map over so that Chu Zuoshu and the others could have a more direct impression. This action proved to be absolutely correct. When Zhuo Hongqiu laid out the planning drawings at the Shenmu sect's upper-level meeting, everyone was shocked. Then Luo Zuer calculated the cost of building this immortal city, and the result made Chu Zuoshu and others very distressed. It would probably take 20 years of the Divine Wood sect's spirit stone income. This drew opposition from many experienced and prudent individuals. After all, the Divine Wood sect had been waging wars in recent years, and most of its original spirit stones had been consumed. Although it had conquered the 2 countries located at the summit of Mount Han, it would still take time to convert the resources into spirit stones. If the funds are invested in building the Northern Abyss immortal city, then the Divine Wood sect will have to tighten its belt for a long time to recover. Moreover, if a war were to break out with the Xuanxiao Dao Palace in the future, there is a high probability that Baiyuan City, which stands in the center of Yan Kingdom, would be reduced to ruins. If Chen Mobai's plans hadn't been so ahead of their time, and if he hadn't used his superb drawing skills to create more than a dozen visually stunning 3D renderings that amazed everyone, probably no one would have agreed to this proposal. Chu Zuoshu naturally supported Chen Mobai, since it was the sect's spirit stones that were being spent. However, seeing that the opinions of those holding opposing views were not much different, he still skillfully invited the 2 elders to come forward. Zhou Shenqing has already gone into seclusion and hasn't come. When Fu Zongju arrived in his true form, he took a look and was immediately attracted by the planning map. He thought that Chen Mobai had obtained the ancient secret record of the longevity sect city building from the Divine Tree secret realm again. After reading it, he was amazed. Let him build it. After Fu Zongju said this, most of the people who had been opposing him fell silent. However, the Shenmu sect is currently facing financial difficulties, so Chu Zuoshu and Luo Zuer discussed it and decided to first support the setup of the Sumeru 9 Palaces formation. Thus, attracted by the plans for the Northern Abyss immortal city, this resolution was passed within the Divine Wood sect. Fortunately, the initial investment was not large. I hope that I can see the complete construction of this Northern Abyss immortal city in my lifetime. When Zhuo Hongqiu returned, she talked about the meeting at Shenmu sect, her tone full of excitement. With the support of the Divine Wood sect, the foundation of the Sumeru 9 Palaces formation can be laid out first, and provisions will be made for future upgrades to a 4th-order formation. Because the Divine Wood sect cannot set up a 4th-order formation, they will need to invite a 4th-order formation master to harmonize the earth veins and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the future. Thank you for your hard work, Senior Sister Zhuo. Chen Mobai thanked him, and then arranged for Zhuo Hongqiu to lead the array plate and a group of people under her command to Baiyuan Mountain. The Shenmu sect made no attempt to conceal the large-scale personnel mobilization. So soon, the people in Wuliasen Market learned that Chen Mobai was going to build a new market. Those with a sense of crisis are already inquiring in advance about how to gain a foothold in the new market. In particular, many independent cultivators have found unprecedented peace of mind here during this time. They don't have to worry about being robbed by cultivators or being bullied by cultivators from immortal families and sects. They all think they have arrived in a fairyland. They were all worried that after Chen Mobai led the Shenmu sect cultivators to the new market, the Wuliu Mountain market would lose its current order. Many cultivation families weren't worried about this, but they were also afraid of estrangement from the Divine Wood sect, so they sent people to inquire whether the construction of the new market town needed their assistance. The local cultivation families of Yan Kingdom who were well connected in Wuliasen Market all sided with the Shenmu sect during the war, making a fortune. In this peaceful place these days, they have sold off a lot of their spoils and accumulated a considerable amount of spirit stones. Their request wasn't high. They just wanted to reserve a few shops in Baiyuan Market in advance. Chen Mobai refused without even thinking. He knew all too well how outrageous property prices could rise once a city developed. The first area to be built is the core of Baiyuan City, and Chen Mobai intends to only rent it out and not sell it. Once the market expands, units in the second and third ring roads can be pre-sold. Considering the sect's financial difficulties, Chen Mobai is already trying to raise some of the resources for city construction himself. End of this chapter. Chapter 455, Graduation. Chapter 455, Graduation. The Northern Abyss Immortal City was being built in full swing according to Chen Mobai's plan. Meanwhile, Nan Xuanjing led his disciples to begin building a branch of the Xuanxiao Dao Palace here. He had already asked the Grand Elder before coming, so he personally carved the 3 characters Nangshuan sect on the large stone at the entrance. Nan Xuanjing also had his own reasons for coming to the eastern wilderness. Among the 9 core formation cultivators of Xuanxiao Dao Palace, he was in the mid-stage of core formation, already 300 years old, ranking in the middle. If this trend continues, he will have no hope of ever reaching the nascent soul stage in his lifetime. Xuanxiao Dao Palace is a major sect that has produced several generations of nascent soul cultivators. Naturally, it has its own unique insights into nascent soul formation. The most crucial point is to achieve perfect core formation before the age of 300, as this maximizes the chances of forming a nascent soul. According to this rule, Nan Xuanjing no longer has the qualification to obtain nascent soul spiritual objects within the Dao Palace. But he was unwilling to live out his life in mediocrity until his death. Therefore, heeding Zhao Xuankang's advice, he volunteered to come to this desolate land in the east to establish a branch clan. If he could rely on the Xuanxiao Dao Palace to gather all the resources of the entire eastern wilderness, he felt that he might still have a chance to break through to the nascent soul stage in his lifetime. Unfortunately, things didn't go as he and Zhao Xuankang expected. Their original intention was to use the war between the Shaking Mountain Peak and the Divine Wood sect to provoke the entire eastern wilderness's 7 major sects into involvement, ideally turning it into a confrontation between 2 major camps. They would then support the weaker Shaking Mountain Peak from behind, maintaining the balance of power between the 2 camps, thereby continuously bleeding the eastern wilderness dry. When the 7 major sects of the eastern wilderness are exhausted from their battles, they will personally intervene from behind the scenes. If they have the strength to take over the entire eastern wilderness, they will take action directly. If they cannot take it over, they will destroy the Divine Wood sect first to prevent Zhou Shenking from reaching the nascent soul stage. Unfortunately, their policy of continuous bleeding of blood failed right from the start, thwarted by the Shenmu sect's lightning tactics. Where exactly did the accident happen? After returning, Zhao Xuankang and Nan Xuanjing analyzed the entire war and finally found the key. That was on the frontal battlefield between Lei Kingdom and Yan Kingdom. Xuan Kaio and Xuan Jinjai, whom they thought could definitely overpower Shenmu sect, had their heads chopped off by Chen Gixian of Shenmu sect with 2 swords. Since then, the Shenmu sect has gained the upper hand, and has even been able to send extra troops into Yan Kingdom to stir up trouble. With the backyard on fire and Jai Zhenqi blocked at the door by Zhou Shenking and his 2 companions, Jai Dingjin, as the main general on the front line, had no choice but to fight desperately, hoping to take Chen Gixian away with his own life. But the result was a complete failure. Not only was Jai Dingjin killed, but the army of cultivators from Yan Kingdom and Xiao Kingdom that had gathered was also completely defeated by the Shenmu sect and scattered and fled. After that, the Shenmu sect army pursued them for thousands of miles, although there were still some spirited cultivators on the top of Hanshin Mountain who wanted to hold the market town protected by the Great Formation and delay the enemy's advance. But they were all like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, and in the end, they all became corpses and ruins. One should press on with one's might, but the momentum will wane with each attempt and exhaust it completely with each subsequent one. After the 3 defensive attempts organized at the top of Hanshin Mountain were all defeated by the Shenmu sect army led by Chen Gixian, the situation completely collapsed. The the spineless cultivation families within Yan Kingdom began to defect and surrender the city. Thus, the 300-year rule of the two countries over the mountain peak collapsed. The outcome was already decided when the Shenmu sect army besieged the headquarters at the top of Hanshin Mountain. If the other major sects in the eastern wilderness don't attack the Shenmu sect's headquarters to relieve the siege of Wei, then the two of them alone will not be able to reverse this defeat. It is obvious that the core formation cultivators of the other major sects in the eastern wilderness are cowards who do not understand the principle of, if the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold, and actually watched as the Divine Wood sect annexed the summit of Mount Han. When Zhao Xuankang received the news, all he could do was sigh. However, the plan to annex the eastern wilderness and turn it into the backyard of the Xuanxiao Dao Palace still needs to continue. Therefore, he and Nan Xuanjing quickly came over to exert pressure, using the contract that Jai Zhenqi had signed in advance, as well as the names of the Grand Elder and Xuanxiao Dao Palace, to snatch the three most precious mineral veins on the top of Hanshin Mountain, thus inserting the Nangshuan sect into the eastern wilderness region. Next, we'll see what they can do. Let's see if we can form an alliance with the enemies of the Divine Wood sect to stir up trouble again. If possible, we can completely take over the eastern wilderness without relying on the power of the Xuanxiao Dao Palace headquarters. Nan Xuanjing and Zhao Xuankang were quite confident about this. Because Mount Rocco is their natural ally, their relationship is even closer than that of Mount Kan. The territory of the Snowfall Palace is located between their southern profound sect and the Divine Wood sect. With just a little pressure, given the reputation of their Xuanxiao Dao Palace, they could probably win it over. As for the remaining 5 Elements sect, they also have a blood feud with the Divine Wood sect. If it were just about destroying the Divine Wood sect and Golden Light Cliff, Zhou Yi would probably be quite happy to do so. Zhao Xuankang has already taken care of this matter. What Nan Xuanjing needs to do is to establish the Nan Xuan sect in this Yan kingdom, and use his great talent and strategy to continuously squeeze the Shenmu sect's living space here until it is completely driven out. Nan Xuanjing was full of confidence in this regard, because he was not only leading his 300 disciples, but also the Jiao family and other cultivation families who fled from Yan Kingdom to Dongyi after the destruction of the summit of Hanshin Mountain. These families were originally the second largest families in Yan Kingdom after the Jai family. When they joined forces, they controlled almost half of the market's mineral trade. Although the Shenmu sect conquered the summit of Hanshin Mountain, causing a major reshuffling of the cultivation world in Yan Kingdom, Nan Xuanjing knew best the character of those rogue cultivators. As long as they are given enough spirit stones and resources, they will return to the markets controlled by the Jiao family and other clans, just like dogs. After reconsidering the plan to drive away the Divine Wood sect, Nan Xuanjing, feeling very confident, summoned the Foundation establishment cultivators from the Jiao, He, and families, and ordered them to act according to the circumstances to rebuild the market that had been reduced to ruins. The Foundation establishment cultivators of the 3 major families were all holding their breath, wanting to use the power of the Xuanxiao Dao Palace to complete their revenge against the Shenmu sect. He immediately obeyed the order and led the family's elite troops, who had returned to their hometown. Their family originally lived in a 3rd-tier spiritual vein area. Among them, the Jiao family is in the most awkward position, because their family's 3rd-tier spiritual vein land is Bayas Mountain here, but it has already been occupied by the Nangshuan sect. Nan Xuanjing did propose that the Jiao family be incorporated into the Nangshuan sect, as he was worried about not having enough disciples in his lineage. After some consideration, the Jiao family patriarch selected 20 juniors from the family to join the Southern Profound sect, but he himself took the rest of the family to another branch of the Ling Mountain. Although it was only a 2nd-tier high-grade spiritual vein, it was sufficient for qi refining cultivators. As for Jiao Daiyun, the patriarch of the Jiao family, he was over 200 years old and his lifespan was running out. He no longer had the mind to improve his cultivation. He only wanted to support his family peacefully and steadily through the remaining years, and at least not let the Jiao family be destroyed in his hands. Of course, if he could take revenge on the Shenmu sect, the culprit that had brought his family to this state, he would be willing to risk his life. After bidding farewell to Nan Xuanjing, Zhao Dayan led the remaining 100 or so members of his family who had survived the brutal war to Qiying Mountain, where the villa was located. When he flew over, he was surprised to see a group of more than a dozen Jixu cultivators attacking the great formation of Crimson Shadow Mountain. The family cultivators who remained here were several white-haired Qi refining cultivators from the Jiao family. They were all nearing the end of their lifespans and chose to stay, because they did not want to leave their homeland after the Shenmu sect's army invaded Yan Kingdom. Unfortunately, after losing the Jiao family's name, this second-tier spiritual mountain became a treasure in the eyes of rogue cultivators and tribulation cultivators. If Zhao Dayan had returned a few days later, Crimson Shadow Mountain would probably have already been breached and looted by the bandit cultivators. "How dare you!" After a furious shout, Zhao Dayan took out a crimson spear, displaying his powerful strength as a Foundation establishment cultivator, and shot the leader of the tribulation cultivator, who was besieging Crimson Shadow Mountain dead on the spot. Upon witnessing this scene, the cultivators scattered in an instant. However, the elite cultivators of the Jiao family who followed Zhao Dayan came down from the airship and, with their numerical advantage, surrounded the group of cultivators. Their faces were cruel, and they wanted to drive them step by step into a desperate situation. "Ancestor, I never thought I would be able to see you again in my lifetime." At this moment, the formation in Crimson Shadow Mountain opened, and an old man at the 9th level of Qi refining, who was left behind by the Jiao family, came out. When he saw Zhao Dayan, he burst into tears and wept uncontrollably. He had already resigned himself to death, but who knew that in a short moment, things would take a dramatic turn for the better. "Don't worry, everything will be all right. Now that we're back, we will definitely take back everything that once belonged to us from the Divine Wood sect." Zhao Dayan tried to comfort his crying grandson, but his hatred for the Shenmu sect surged up again. At this moment, with a final scream, all the cultivators who had besieged Crimson Shadow Mountain had died at the hands of the Jiao family cultivators. On a hilltop not far away, 3 people stood in the shadow of a large tree. The leader held a talisman that could conceal their presence. They had witnessed the entire scene. It's confirmed without a doubt that the Jiao family has colluded with Nan Xuanjing. These 3 were Zhou Wangshan, Yu Lian, and Liang Lingzhen. Should we find a way to get rid of it? Liang Lingzhen asked a question, and the 3 of them took Zhou Wangshan as their leader. The formation of Crimson Shadow Mountain is quite powerful. If the 3 of us attack, it will be enough for Zhao Dayan to hold out until the reinforcements from the southern profound sect arrive. Then we can go and investigate the He family and the K family. King Zhou shook his head. He will leave Red Shadow Mountain someday, and I think we can ambush him on the way. Just then, Yu Lian suddenly spoke up. In that case, the timeline is too uncertain. The construction of Beiyuan Immortal City is the top priority right now. Moreover, junior brother Chen also said that we should try not to do anything that could cause conflict with the Nangshuan sect. Then I'll stay. Zhao Dayan clearly harbors resentment towards our Shenmu sect. It's better to get rid of him as soon as possible. Upon hearing Yu Lian's words, Zhou Wangshan and Liang Lingzhen exchanged a surprised glance. He thought to himself that this junior brother was extremely bloodthirsty. Although Zhao Dayan is old, he is still a cultivator at the peak of the mid-foundation establishment stage. It would be safer for the 3 of us to act together. Then I would like to trouble you to stay and keep an eye on him. Please let us know when you find an opportunity. Zhou Wangshan thought of Yu Lian's situation when he obtained the Foundation Establishment pill, and roughly understood his state of mind. He nodded slightly, and finally added a sentence to avoid putting Yu Lian at risk. "Don't force yourself. You and I still have plenty of time to cultivate. It's not worth risking our lives for this old man." After saying this, Zhou Wangshan and Liang Lingzhen left. With a cold expression, Yu Lion glanced at Zhao Dayan, who had already entered Qiying Mountain, and sat down in silence. 7 days later, Chen Mobai, who was overseeing the relocation of the Shenmu sect army to Baiyuan City, received a phone call from Zhou Wangshan. Zhao Dayan, the patriarch of the Zhao family, died in the attack by the three of them. They are currently keeping an eye on the He family patriarch and the family patriarch, and will make their move once they find an opportunity. However, since Zhao Dayan's death, the two of them have never left their family's formation. Didn't I say not to do anything that might cause conflict? Chen Mobai frowned after hearing this. Zhao Dayan harbors deep resentment towards our Shenmu sect. If we don't kill him when he assists the Nangshuan sect in rebuilding the Bayas market, it may be detrimental to our soon-to-be-established Baiyuan immortal city. Zhou Wangshan explained that he felt the killing of Zhao Dayan was quite normal in the eastern wilderness. It was just a matter of annihilation, so he didn't report it to Chen Mobai. As long as Baiyuan City is built according to my plan and system, even if Xuanxiao Dao Palace moves their immortal city to the eastern wilderness, they will not be able to compete with me. Forget it, we've already killed them, so let's leave it at that. You three should also come back. If you make any more moves, you might fall into the trap of Nangshuan sect instead. Chen Mobai was not yet fully accustomed to the customs of the eastern wilderness, but since Zhao Dayan was dead, he would not blame Zhou Wangshan and the other two for it. After all, from the sect's perspective, they have made a contribution. I just hope it won't trigger a stress response from the southern Xuanzang. However, Nan Xuanjing's reaction was calmer than Chen Mobai had expected. He seemed to regard Zhao Dayan as having died of old age. Instead, after the latter's death, he directly incorporated the Zhao family's elite cultivators into the Nan Xuan sect. Then they began to focus all their efforts on reopening the Bayas market. To make a name for himself, Nan Xuanjing even spread rumors that he would hold an auction in Bayas market a year from now, and would offer foundation establishment pills as the grand prize. However, to qualify for the auction, one needs to have lived in the Bayas market for a year. Upon hearing this news, the rogue cultivators in Wuliu Mountain Market were indeed eager to make their move, and almost all of those at the 9th level of Qi refining chose to go to Bayas Market. Chen Mobai could only sigh in admiration. It was indeed different to have the backing of the Xuanxiao Dao Palace. Even foundation establishment pills could be auctioned off. However, he did not lose his composure and continued to direct the sect disciples to construct Baiyuan City in an orderly manner. Time flies, and the end of the year is fast approaching. Chen Mobai, engrossed in building the city, could only reluctantly put aside his work and return to the immortal sect. He's graduating. End of this chapter. Chapter 456, Reunion with Meng Huanger. Chapter 456, Reunion with Meng Huanger. In the blink of an eye, Chen Mobai has been at the Dance Weapon Academy for 10 years. For someone still relatively young like him, the events and experiences of the past 10 years have been nothing short of dramatic. It was also the most glorious decade of his life since he became conscious. However, he also believed that this was just the beginning, and that he would continue to achieve such glory for the next 10, 100, or even 1,000 years. When Chen Mobai returned, it was just the time when the graduation project results for the class of 2012 were released. Without a doubt, his team of figureless puppets won first place. The second place went to Zhongli Tianyu, who crafted a talisman. The raw material for this talisman was a second-tier high-grade magic weapon that was about to be scrapped in the treasure cave. Zhongli Tianyu used his thunder magic to not only refine it into a talisman, but also to enhance its power to the third tier after use. If Chen Mobai's formless puppet hadn't been so powerful, Zhongli Tianyu's groundbreaking achievement would have almost certainly secured him first place. The third place is a third-tier magic weapon crafted by Ming Yihua. The fourth item is a third-tier spiritual water refined jointly by Wang Xingyu and Gong Ranren, a husband and wife team. It has a mild medicinal effect and can be used by many cultivators to improve their physical strength, as well as slightly enhance their spiritual sense. The fifth place goes to Yunyang Bing's third-tier formation. Among their graduating class, only these students achieved the third-level design award. However, compared to previous years, this can be considered a very outstanding year. In particular, Zhongli Tianyu's graduation project would rank among the top 10, even if placed in the thousands of years of history of the Wuki Dao Academy. It's just a pity that she met Chen Mobai. The formless puppet is a peak third-tier puppet, already capable of competing for a top 3 spot. After returning to the immortal sect, Chen Mobai was naturally dragged off to drink by Ming Yihua and the others. On graduation day, everyone who had been away returned. The nascent soul class gathered together at the academy, a rare occasion, and naturally they had to drink to their heart's content. 3 days later, Chen Mobai finally had time to visit Wanbao Cave. He came to the student council to say goodbye. Aside from the younger members who joined the student council during his tenure, many of the current upper echelons of the student council are people he knows well. For example, Zhongli Tianyu, Zhuang Jialan, Zhai Jianbai, and the students from the Transformation God class, etc. There is also Bayan Jingchun, who has been living in Wanbao Cave for 2 years. She has made rapid progress in practicing the Transformation Dragon scripture with the help of the True Dragon Cauldron. When Chen Mobai found out, he called out to her, and she readily agreed. At the student council's farewell dinner, everyone drank heavily once again. What are your plans after graduation? Halfway through the drink, Chen Mobai asked Zhongli Tianyu a question. Continue to hone your skills and find the remaining fragments of the Bagua mirror. Although Zhongli Tianyu was exceptionally talented, he was actually a very simple person. He took out the Bagua mirror, which was still missing a lot, and said in a calm tone, I will continue to study at the Mountain and Sea Academy for a period of time. If I can find a suitable department in the immortal sect, I will also consider obtaining the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill. Zhai Jianbai is a man deeply passionate about swordsmanship, but in order to achieve the core formation stage, he still needs to take the civil service exam. Zhuang Jialan was in the same boat. After graduation, she planned to work as a teaching assistant in the talisman department of the Taoist Academy. If she could get a position in the civil service exam to obtain the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill, she would leave the Taoist Academy. This is also the thought of most Taoist Academy graduates. After all, if you accumulate enough credits and years of service in the Taoist Academy, you can also obtain the 5 elements golden elixir. If they didn't see any hope of obtaining the golden elixir of immortality, they would all be willing to stay in this familiar environment. And you? Zhongli Tianyu asked, and everyone's eyes turned to Chen Mobai. I will go to the Bushan Dao Academy for graduate studies, and then go back to build up my hometown. Chen Mobai put down his wine glass and said something that shocked everyone. I can understand pursuing a master's degree, but is your decision to return to your rural hometown because you knew you would be assigned there if you took the civil service exam? No, I don't plan to take the civil service exam. I just want to do business and revitalize my hometown. Doing business? Many people couldn't understand Chen Mobai's idea, and Bayan Jingchun, who thought she had a good relationship with him, even tried to persuade him. After all, although Chen Mobai is said to have the potential to become a nascent soul cultivator, if he wants to form a core, it would be best for him to join a celestial sect and serve the people. With his reputation and the operation of the Dance Weapon Academy, he would definitely be able to obtain the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill once he reached the required years of service. No matter how great your talent, if it doesn't materialize, it's just empty talk. I want to try to form my core on my own. If I really can't do it, then it won't be too late to go to the immortal sect. Chen Mobai could only use the words he used to fool Wenren Zuwei and the others. As soon as he said that, all the friends who were trying to persuade him shut up. If there is anyone in the entire immortal sect who can form a core without the aid of a core-forming elixir, then he is probably the only one. Everyone thought he had grand ideals and was arrogant. Zhuang Jialan and the others looked at Chen Mobai with admiration and longing, feeling that what he had just said was incredibly manly. After graduation, let's have a competition to see who can form their core first. Zhongli Tianyu picked up the yogurt in his hand and said to Chen Mobai, I don't like drinking alcohol, I only drink yogurt, but what I said excited everyone present. Sure, let's put some pressure on myself. Shall we bet on something? Chen Mobai thought to himself that with so many resources in the eastern wilderness, the two major sects of Shenmu sect and Huishan Valley serving him alone to refine the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill, plus the two phases technique, there was no way he could lose to Zhongli Tianyu. He agreed with full confidence and even suggested adding some prizes. What are you betting? You don't mean my treasured signed complete set of one-man comics, do you? Upon hearing this, Zhongli Tianyu frowned slightly. Having always been number one since childhood, he felt a sense of guilt for the first time. He wasn't confident about the guy in front of him, though. Because I had lost so many times, my confidence had been completely shattered when I faced him. I have no interest in your comics. Okay, I'll accept anything else. Upon hearing that Chen Mobai didn't want his comics, Zhongli Tianyu's face immediately lit up, and he accepted the bet without a second thought. Aren't you afraid I'll take your Bagua mirror? Chen Mobai was puzzled. He had thought he had figured out Zhongli Tianyu's thought process, but now it seemed he didn't quite understand. I'll give it to you, do you dare take it? Zhongli Tianyu countered with a question that left Chen Mobai speechless. That's true. This thing is the artifact used by ancestor Zhongli to attain enlightenment, and only those with the bloodline of the Zhongli clan can unleash its full potential. Even if he had it, it would be useless to him. In that case, let's set the stakes as the loser doing something for the winner that doesn't violate their own principles. Chen Mobai felt confident of winning and had no intention of continuing to bully Zhongli Tianyu. After all, he was able to have such an easy time during his last 2 years at the Dao Academy, thanks to Zhongli Tianyu taking over the student council. So I made a very simple bet. Upon hearing this, Zhongli Tianyu also felt that his chances of winning were not high, so he immediately nodded in agreement. By the way, I heard that Senior Meng will be singing a song at the graduation ceremony. After a few rounds of drinks, Chen Mobai was chatting with his friend when he suddenly heard a junior from the next table say this. Senior Sister Meng, is that Meng Huanger? Chen Mobai asked Zhuang Jialan, who was standing next to him, and received an affirmative nod from her. Yeah, aren't you close to Senior Meng? Didn't she tell you? Zhuang Jialan asked with a surprised look, and Chen Mobai shook his head. Come to think of it, it's been a year since I last saw Meng Huanger. After graduating, she joined the Arts and Literature department, where she improved her cultivation while also touring the entire immortal realm with the performing arts troupe. The two occasionally kept in touch, maintaining this reserved yet passionate relationship. During their last phone call, Chen Mobai heard Meng Huanger say that she went to the sea with the cultural troupe, performed for the Navy, and even visited the territory of that spirit lord in the underwater world, saying that it broadened her horizons. Go back and give her a call. It's been a year since we last saw each other, and I miss her quite a bit. Chen Mobai recalled some pleasant memories, and this thought flashed through his mind. When the moon was high in the sky, the student council group finally parted ways. After this meal, Chen Mobai's farewell dinner at the Taoist temple finally came to an end. He parted ways with Zhongli Tianyu and the others on the way back to the Taoist temple, heading towards the small wooden cabin in the mountains where he had lived for 10 years. On the way, he took out his phone and dialed Meng Huanger's number. The call was answered very quickly. Hello. I heard you're going back to the Taoist temple to sing. Well, since it's your graduation ceremony, I wanted to give you a gift, but I couldn't think of anything to give you. In the end, I decided to come back and sing you a song. Hearing Meng Huanger's words, Chen Mobai was a little touched and thanked her. When are you coming back? I'll come pick you up then. Then that won't be necessary. Huh? Just as Chen Mobai was filled with confusion, Meng Huanger's next alluring words rang in his ears. I've arrived. I'll be waiting for you at the usual spot. After I finished speaking, the phone call was disconnected. Chen Mobai felt as if he had drunk too much alcohol, and suddenly his body became hot, as if the blood in his body was boiling. He rushed back as fast as he could, and when he arrived, he looked up and sure enough, the mountaintop villa which had been uninhabited for a year was lit up again. Chen Mobai didn't go back to his wooden house, he flew up. On the balcony, the beautiful senior student, whom she hadn't seen for a year, leaned on the railing with one hand and rested the other on her delicate, snow-white chin, squinting and smiling as she watched him fly over. The bright yellow light from the room shone through the glass onto Meng Huinger, making her snow-white skin glow, and even revealing her perfect, graceful figure beneath her beige dress. Long time no see, Senior Meng. After landing, Chen Mobai looked at the superstar senior he hadn't seen for a year and met her gentle eyes, which reminded him of the wonderful time they had spent together here. Yes, it's been a while. The two were a little nervous at first when they met again after a long separation, but the moment they saw each other, they smiled at each other and reached out a hand to shake hands. As the villa lights went out, Meng Huinger was already lying on the sofa. In the dim light, her snow-white skin was the light that guided Chen Mobai. The beginning of a long-awaited reunion is always beautiful. Chen Mobai listened as Meng Huinger recounted her experiences over the past year. Unfortunately, the location of the Sea Spirit Venerable was a controlled area within the immortal sect, so she couldn't reveal detailed information about what she had seen and heard. As they talked, Meng Huinger also revealed some good news. She had already reached the first level of foundation establishment, and with the breakthrough pill given to her by Chen Mobai, she was extremely confident of breaking through to the next level. When she broke through a minor realm, it also benefited her spiritual sense, which was one of the graduation gifts she gave to Chen Mobai. Chen Mobai was deeply moved by this, and couldn't help but guide Meng Huinger through her cultivation once again. After 3 days of cultivation in the mountain villa, the two had to bring this wonderful time to an end. Because the graduation ceremony rehearsal is about to begin. Chen Mobai is the graduate representative and is going to give a speech on stage, while Meng Huinger is the final performer. Both of them have to go. Bayan Yiking personally called them to inform them. However, Bayan Yiking was unaware that when he called Chen Mobai, his apprentice Meng Huinger was on him, and when he called Meng Huinger, Chen Mobai was behind her. I really miss it. Chen Mobai and Meng Huinger left the mountaintop villa after a long absence and walked along the mountain path towards Chicheng Mountain. This was how they used to go to school together. That feeling gave Chen Mobai an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. And now this sense of satisfaction still fills his whole body, even more so. By the way, I think my mindset has changed a bit since you pointed it out. When the two were halfway there, Meng Huinger suddenly said something that puzzled Chen Mobai. What kind of guidance? What changes? Should we try this? Meng Huinger suddenly blushed and led Chen Mobai away from the mountain path, arriving at a large tree. She then said something that shocked the latter. Cultivating the foundation establishment chapter of the profound sound mystic method requires experiencing all sorts of intense emotional fluctuations, but ordinary scenes no longer have any stimulating effect on me. I've been thinking, and it seems that the time I was with you on the train was the most emotionally stimulating and devastating moment of my life. Chen Mobai was stunned for a moment after hearing Meng Huinger's words. Looking at the superstar senior in front of him, with her rosy lips, alluring eyes, and blushing fair skin, he felt as if he were seeing a tangible image of someone who wanted to devour him. How did it turn out like this? Chen Mobai felt a pang of regret. If he had known it would turn out this way, he shouldn't have guided Meng Huinger through the cultivation process in the first place. It seems to have led her down a wrong path. Chen Mobai felt he bore a great responsibility for this matter, so he made a decision in his heart. We need to find a way to guide her back to the right path. End of this chapter. Chapter 457, Flowing Light Sword. Chapter 457, Flowing Light Sword. In the end, Chen Mobai and Meng Huinger arrived at the Taoist temple for rehearsal a little late. However, both of them were in excellent condition, and as the first and last participants in the graduation ceremony, they completed everything in one take. After rehearsal, the two invited Bayan Yiking out for a meal. For Meng Huinger, Bayan Yiking was her mentor. For Chen Mobai, Bayan Yiking was also the one who guided him into the Tao. It was after listening to his opera that Chen Mobai grasped the key to mastering divine consciousness. Moreover, it was only after Bayan Yiking reported to his superiors during the entrance examination in Dangxia City that he was finally allowed to enroll. Bayan Yiking did not refuse and readily agreed. The immortal sect will belong to you from now on. I hope that in my lifetime I can see you or Yuaner play the divine melody. The spirit wine that Chen Mobai brought was quite strong. After drinking 3 rounds, Bayan Yiking was also slightly tipsy and said some things from his heart. Teacher, don't worry, I will work hard towards this goal. People from the immortal sects, no matter what, all have lofty goals from a young age. Even Meng Huinger has an ambition to play a divine symphony. Then I'll try my best to be the one who listens to your amazing performance. Chen Mobai smiled and said something that left Bayan Yiking somewhat at a loss for words. On the immortal sect's side, those waiting for the divine song of shock were all nascent soul cultivators. Chen Mobai's words not only expressed his ideal of achieving nascent soul, but also subtly revealed his ambition to become a deity. Then you'll have to work hard. Although Bayan Yiking was very confident in Chen Mobai's talent, nascent soul formation was, after all, a top-tier achievement in the immortal sects, something that couldn't be accomplished simply by having talent. Even Gong Ajixu, the deputy hall master of the immortal sect, was working tirelessly to secure resources for nascent soul cultivators. Even if Chen Mobai manages to form his core, it will probably take him another 100 or 200 years to obtain the resources needed to form his nascent soul in the immortal sects, based on seniority. However, some nascent soul cultivators within the immortal sects could no longer wait that long. According to Bayan Yiking's guess, within the next 100 years, the upper-level nascent soul cultivators will arrange for this group of Xu and Yin Dao seeds, which have accumulated for more than 100 years, to collectively perform a divine symphony. In particular, the Immortal Affairs Hall Master, one of the 3 Hall Masters, had long been rumored to be nearing the end of his lifespan and would abdicate in favor of someone who had reached the nascent soul stage. Of course, Bayan Yiking didn't tell Chen Mobai and Meng Huinger about these things. During the meal, as a seasoned veteran, he vaguely sensed that the atmosphere between the man and woman was a little off. However, at his age, he has come to understand the wisdom of sometimes being wisely ignorant. Since neither of them brought it up, he simply pretended not to know. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, the 3 parted ways. However, at this time, in order to avoid suspicion, Meng Huinger took the initiative to offer to send Bayan Yiking back to the Tao Academy. It just so happened that her cultivation was about to break through, and she also needed to rent the cultivation room in building number 9 for a period of time. But as Chen Mobai walked home alone, he received a text message from Meng Huinger. She will be back tonight. Suddenly, Chen Mobai had a plan to go back to Xianshan to farm and hide away for a few days. But this seems a bit excessive. After all, Meng Huinger had come back to the academy specifically to celebrate his graduation. Chen Mobai could only sigh, wondering how he could guide Meng Huinger, who had strayed into the wrong path, back to the right one. The good news is that graduation is just around the corner. No matter how hard or tiring it is for him, it will only last for a few days. That day, Chen Mobai took a deep breath on the balcony of the villa on the mountaintop. Meng Huinger, who was in front of him, held onto the railing with both hands. Her face was also flushed, and she was breathing heavily, calming her slender body, which was a little tired and trembling after a round of cultivation. I sense an opportunity for a breakthrough. Meng Huinger slightly raised her hand to brush away the sweaty strands of hair clinging to her flushed cheeks, a hint of joy in her eyes. The immortal sects have abundant records of breakthroughs in cultivation realms. Generally, once you have this feeling, you are almost guaranteed to succeed. That's good. I'll come over to Building 9 and book a room later when you break through. The two had extensive experience in sneaking in and making breakthroughs without being noticed. When Chen Mobai said that, Meng Huinger thought of the 2 times she tried to establish her foundation in Building Number 9. When she failed to use the Kishin technique the first time, she was truly heartbroken and utterly hopeless. I never expected that I would have a second chance. Moreover, he had mastered the critical technique, allowing him, whose Tao heart was already shattered and who was afraid of foundation establishment, to calmly overcome this hurdle. All of this is thanks to this prodigy. Looking at the young man standing in the rising sun, seemingly radiant, Meng Huinger was mesmerized. She made up her mind to cling to this powerful figure. In the early morning forest, brightly colored birds chirped merrily, the fresh air carrying a faint earthy scent. As the sunlight streamed in, glistening dewdrops fell from the distant green leaves, landing on the grass and splashing in all directions. As the saying goes, the early bird catches the worm, and seeing such a vibrant scene filled Chen Mobai on the balcony with joy. He seemed to be immersed in the beauty of this vibrant life, wholeheartedly savoring the satisfaction of the moment. Before anyone knew it, the shadows of the 2 people who had fallen from the balcony into the living room had merged together once again. Chichen Cave Heaven. As one of the 10 great grotto heavens of the immortal sect, besides the Dance Weapon Academy, there are other universities of varying sizes. Among them is a rather unremarkable institution of higher learning called Liyuguang. Before she knew it, Shi Wanyu had been studying at this academy for 10 years. For this ordinary young girl, these 10 years were the most wonderful and happiest 10 years of her life. This was the first time she had left her parents and felt free and unrestrained on her own. I also met many different kinds of people at this university. She became close friends and best confidants with the other 3 girls in her dorm. If I had to say what my regrets were during my 10 years of university, it would probably be that I never had a truly unforgettable romance. On the eve of graduation, Shi Wanyu stood alone on a chair, staring blankly at her phone. There's a photo on my phone that she took at the Shanghai Academy. In fact, with her looks, she had a whole platoon of suitors in college, and even outside of school, there were men like Gu Mingxuan and Wen Xiong. But after interacting with that person, Shi Wanyu discovered that all the other boys were quite mediocre. I wish I could be with him. Thinking this, she opened the drawer and took out the lipstick that was at the very back. But her face soon fell pale. That was the top student of the Dance Weapon Academy, the undisputed number 1 in this generation of the immortal sect, invincible in the foundation establishment stage, and hailed as a peerless sword genius with the potential to become a nascent soul. So what if she's beautiful? There are countless goddesses in the 4 major academies who are prettier, more skilled, and better born than her. Unless the heavens are blind, he would never choose her as his life partner. Thinking this, Shi Wanyu sighed, pouted, and put the lipstick back in her hand. Just as she was about to close the drawer, she found that it seemed to be stuck by something. She pulled it out again, squinted and looked down, finally finding the culprit. It's a card. The moment Shi Wanyu saw it, she remembered the origin of the card. Because these are also precious and beautiful memories of being with him. The smiles they exchanged after their long separation in that alleyway of Chichen Cave, the surprise of him calling out their names, are still sweet to recall even now. That fortune teller was just too much of an eyesore. If it weren't for her, it would be just the 2 of them enjoying their own private time. Thinking this, Shi Wanyu took out the card that was stuck in the drawer, flipped it over casually, and was about to put it back when she noticed something different. That's strange. I clearly remember there wasn't this arrow on it. Shi Wanyu looked at the front of the card. It still bore the same line of poetry. Stars burst forth beyond the rosy clouds, embers fall before the steps. However, there is an extra light black arrow on the back, which is not very noticeable because the back is also a dark red background. Because it contained memories related to Chen Mobai, Shi Wanyu had looked through it many times, and she was certain that this arrow hadn't been there before. After examining the card again, the girl, who clearly lacked any reasoning skills, shook her head and placed the card horizontally at the bottom of the drawer to prevent it from getting stuck again. But after holding the card horizontally, Shi Wanyu's eyes widened as she discovered a whole new world. She saw that the arrow had also changed direction. Shi Wanyu took out the card, pinched it with her slender, snow-white fingers and rotated it up, down, left, and right. She found that no matter how she turned it, the light black arrow always pointed to the southeast direction. "What's this?" She couldn't understand it, but everyone else in the dorm had gone out to meet their boyfriends today, and she couldn't find anyone to talk to. As a very ordinary university, most students at Liuguang Academy are unable to establish their foundation upon graduation. The other 3 girls in their dormitory didn't plan to join the army, so they had all found boyfriends and were planning to get married after graduation. Shi Wanyu was just an ordinary pretty girl, and she instinctively resisted the legendary, particularly arduous and tiring military service. But every time she tries to resign herself to finding a boyfriend, Chen Mobai's image always involuntarily comes to mind. After several attempts, she has now graduated and is still emotionally immature. Shi Wanyu had originally made up her mind to muster up the courage to confess her feelings to Chen Mobai before graduation. If she is rejected, she will give up completely and, like her friends, just marry any guy she finds pleasing to the eye who treats her well. If fate is blind and she actually succeeds, then she can happily conceive his child and become a virtuous wife and loving mother. But I kept getting stuck at the send step after opening my phone and composing the text message. Shi Wanyu knew that once this text message was sent, their relationship, which was originally one of friendship, might come to an end. So each time her fingers trembled, unable to bring herself to click. The same applies today. Just as Shi Wanyu was banging her head in frustration, she suddenly noticed that the arrow on the card in her hand was glowing. It seemed to be guiding her in this direction. Since I have nothing else to do, I might as well go take a look. Shi Wanyu glanced at the empty dormitory, put on a light sweater and cardigan, changed into her round-toed leather shoes, and went out with the card in her hand. As she walked, she came to a museum in the Liuguang Academy. This is an exhibition hall open to both students and the general public, displaying various items belonging to famous figures from the school. Shi Wanyu looked at the card in her hand, and after confirming that it still pointed to this place, she swiped her student ID, passed through the gate, and went inside. Is it still at the back of the exhibition hall? This museum is usually not crowded, and now that graduation is approaching, it's practically empty, with only Shi Wanyu muttering to herself while holding a card. But just as she was thinking about whether to go out and explore the back of the museum, the arrow on the card in her hand suddenly disappeared. Huh? Shi Wanyu was taken aback. She picked up the card and looked at it carefully and found that it was indeed gone. She couldn't help but look up and around, and there was an exhibit right in front of her. This is an elegant longsword displayed in a glass case. Below are the name and description. Light sword. Shi Wanyu carefully read the description below and discovered that it was a third-tier low-grade sword, the personal sword of the first principal of their Liuguang Academy. This principal came from the Wuki Dao Academy. Although he successfully established his foundation, he failed at the critical moment of forming his core because he lacked a sufficiently powerful natal companion object in his cultivation of the Cantong Qi. In his lifetime, he only achieved the perfection of the foundation establishment. However, when the principal passed away, he used the Cantong Qi to integrate his life's essence into this flowing light sword, upgrading it from a top-tier second-order weapon to a low-tier third-order weapon. To commemorate the principal and this spirit, the flowing light sword was sealed here, and every year a celestial sect sends out spirit stones to nourish it and prevent it from losing its rank. Upon seeing this, Shi Wanyu examined the flowing light sword more closely, and sure enough, discovered a piece of jade with a dull luster on the silk cloth pressing down on the hilt. This must be a spirit stone. In the immortal sects, although most people know about spirit stones, they have basically only seen them on television. When Shi Wanyu was at the Mountain and Sea Academy, she had seen the spirit stones of the purple lightning sword, but there was still a huge difference between the spirit stones. After seeing the flowing light sword, Shi Wanyu still didn't know why the card had led her here. She looked around again but still found nothing. She shook her head and turned to leave. But then she noticed someone standing behind her. Shi Wanyu couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, but soon she realized that she had actually seen this person before. The card in her hand was drawn from her. End of this chapter. Chapter 458, What are your wishes? Chapter 458, What are your wishes? Who are you? Although Shi Wanyu recognized the girl in front of her, dressed in a white undershirt, black coat, black skirt, and black stockings, as the person who had told her fortune, she really didn't know how to address her. I don't think I asked at the time, so I stood there awkwardly. My name is Chen Chun. The girl hesitated for a moment, but still said her name. Chen Chun, that's a nice name. After hearing this, Shi Wanyu spoke politely, but inwardly she was thinking, it's the same surname as his. But then she realized what she meant, picked up the card in her hand, frowned slightly, and asked Chen Chun with a hint of doubt, "Did you lead me here, or are you here for a visit?" In fact, Shi Wanyu was already leaning towards the first answer. Everyone who receives our Divine Mechanism Palace Destiny card is our destined one. Our lineage needs to guide those with destiny to continuously increase our cultivation. Chen Chun nodded and pointed to the card that Shi Wanyu was holding in her fingers, saying, "And you are my destined one." Upon hearing this, Shi Wanyu looked puzzled. If she remembered correctly, she had gotten the chance to have her fortune told by tagging along with Chen Mobai. Logically speaking, Chen Mobai should be Chen Chun's destined partner. Or does it mean that, as long as a divination has been performed, everyone is considered to have a connection with the other? Isn't that too casual? Well, I don't need to do any more fortune-telling. You can go find someone else who is destined to be with you. Shi Wanyu has never been interested in fortune-telling or such things. If fortune-telling were useful, she would have already flown away with him. Fortune-telling is just a means to find those with whom you have a connection. Helping those with a connection is about telling you a way to fulfill your inner desires. Just as Shi Wanyu turned to leave, Chen Chun suddenly said something that made her stop in her tracks. Upon hearing this, Shi Wanyu immediately turned around, her gaze intense. Wish fulfillment, is that really true? Seeing Shi Wanyu's interested expression, Chen Chun breathed a slight sigh of relief, but still maintained a calm demeanor and explained to the girl in front of him. It's not about fulfilling your wishes. We're not gods, how could we possibly do that? We're just telling you the method to fulfill your wishes. Whether it can be achieved or not depends on the individual's own efforts. After hearing this, Shi Wanyu was slightly disappointed, but thinking that she was about to graduate and had no hope of reaching the foundation establishment stage. The wish that she had thought about for many years but never dared to hope for began to emerge under these words, turning into a silent impulse that almost slipped out. Fortunately, at the last moment, her sense of shame prevented her from acting on this impulse. Seeing Shi Wanyu's hesitant and reluctant expression, Chen Chun felt a little anxious. As soon as she uttered those words, everyone else would have already started treating her like a wishing machine, pouring out their deepest desires. Why is this guy so calm? As expected of that person. Even though she has no memories now and is just an innocent and carefree girl, her mind is still so calm. Tell me your heartfelt wish, and I will tell you how to make it come true. Chen Chun spoke again, his gaze falling on the flowing light sword behind Shi Wanyu. The reason she was led here was because this sword could help her successfully establish her foundation. Shi Wanyu is about to graduate from university after 10 years. If she doesn't want to join the army, then her most urgent wish is obviously to successfully complete the foundation establishment stage. In this way, one can avoid military service. As the successor of the Divine Mechanism Mansion, Chen Chun had already anticipated all of Shi Wanyu's thoughts and was just waiting for her to speak. Then, he calmly pointed his finger at the flowing light sword. And then say this, what you need is right behind you. Just imagining that moment was incredibly powerful for Chen Chun. It perfectly matched the elegant style and extraordinary bearing that the divine mechanism mansion had always maintained. Well, my wish is a little difficult to express. Under the influence of Chen Chun's words and the urgency of graduating soon and having to serve in the military, Shi Wanyu finally decided to give it a shot and began to confide in Chen Chun. It's all right. There's basically nothing in the immortal sects that our lineage doesn't know. Although Chen Chun's tone was calm, the confidence he conveyed was clearly palpable. As you know, I'm about to graduate, but since I haven't successfully established my foundation yet, and I don't want to serve in the military, so. Under Chen Chun's guidance, Shi Wanyu suppressed her shame, her pretty face flushed, and her eyes sparkled as she spoke. Upon hearing this, Chen Chun smiled slightly. Sure enough, everything went exactly as she had predicted. She hadn't miscalculated a single word. Just as Chen Chun was about to cough and raise her finger to point at the flowing light sword behind Shi Wanyu, the other half of a sentence that Chen Chun could never have predicted in her lifetime suddenly fell into her ears. I was thinking, could I have a child? That way I wouldn't have to serve in the military. After Shi Wanyu finished speaking, her fair cheeks flushed red. She even raised her hand to cover her eyes, feeling a little embarrassed, as if she didn't dare to look at Chen Chun's reaction. Fortunately, she didn't look. Otherwise, Chen Chun's blank expression, almost as if his Tao heart had shattered, would have made her lose all desire to continue speaking. After being shocked for 3 seconds, Chen Chun finally came to his senses. She immediately regained control of her expression, making sure not to reveal her turbulent emotions on her face. Well, actually there's another, even better way that would allow you to avoid military service. After a long while, Chen Chun gave a subtle reminder. This is already a breach of the rules. The Shenji mansion lineage can only obey the wishes of those with affinity and cannot change their hearts. However, Shi Wanyu's wish still made Chen Chun somewhat defensive. At that moment, she felt that the unique skills she had been so proud of over the years were like a joke. Oh really? A special clause within the immortal sect, but I still want a child. Didn't you say that all wishes can be fulfilled? Can't this one? There are some special laws in the immortal sects that can exempt people from military service, such as the descendants of meritorious officials or the only sons and pillars of the family. However, the conditions are very strict and require a cultivator at the core formation stage or above to act as guarantor. Shi Wanyu felt that these things were irrelevant to her as a commoner, so she was still single-mindedly trying to find the simplest way to avoid military service. Of course, that's possible. What kind of child do you want? Chen Chun practically gritted her teeth as she said those words. She had already broken her vow with her previous statement, and she didn't dare to repeat it now. She could only grit her teeth and continue the conversation. I want his child. Shi Wanyu spoke shyly again, lowering her head. She didn't dare to say Chen Mobai's name, so she took out her phone, pulled up the photo of the two of them taken at the Shanghai Academy, and showed it to Chen Chun. Never before had Chen Chun found that delicate face so irritating. This is a bit difficult, but I can tell you how. Chen Chun couldn't help but remind Shi Wanyu again that she could be exempted from military service once she reached the foundation establishment stage. But suddenly she felt a pang of anxiety, and she immediately knew she couldn't break her vow. She could only change the subject and continue talking in accordance with the client's request. What method? Hearing this, Shi Wanyu was no longer shy. She raised her head and looked intently at Chen Chun, whose upper body was standing in the shadows and whose expression was well controlled. You go to this place and then. Chen Chun could only sigh and reluctantly tell Shi Wanyu how to fulfill this wish. Will this really work? After hearing this, Shi Wanyu was somewhat skeptical. I've told you the method, but whether you can achieve this goal depends on your ability to take action. After Chen Chun finished speaking, he also felt that the fate of today had come to an end. If he continued to speak, he was afraid that he would be punished by karma for being too deliberate, so he could only shake his head slightly, turn around and disappear into the shadows. Shi Wanyu was still somewhat incredulous and wanted to ask a few more questions, but when she caught up, she saw that Chen Chun's figure had already blended into the wall and disappeared from her sight. Is this even useful? In the end, Shi Wanyu remained skeptical. She looked at the card in her hand and left the museum. After she disappeared, Chen Chun came out again. She approached the flowing light sword, took a few quick breaths, and finally managed to calm her shattered emotions. After a long while, she bowed to the sword with a sigh of regret, and then disappeared from the museum. Chen Mobai was naturally unaware that someone was plotting against him in secret. He was following Qi Yucheng to the principal's office on the top floor of building number 1. This was his second time going there. When he enrolled before, Qi Yucheng had taken him there as well. But at that time, all of them in the nascent soul class used the principal's integrity mirror to illuminate their entire body's data and import it into the formless puppet deduction. But this time is different. It's a real meeting with the principal of the Dance Weapon Academy, Master Chengshuan, one of the 14 nascent soul cultivators of the immortal sect. This was the first time in Chen Mobai's life that he had met a nascent soul cultivator, so he was extremely excited. Compared to him, Zhongli Tianyu beside him was much calmer. These two were the ones who met with Venerable Chengshuan this time. Among the graduation projects of the class of 2012, Master Chengshuan selected the two of them as winners and gave them the opportunity to refine the embryos of their natal magic treasures. Tab, tab, tab. Finally, the three of them arrived at the principal's office, and Qi Yucheng politely knocked on the door. "Come in." A gentle and kind voice rang out in the room, and Qi Yucheng opened the office door. Chen Mobai looked up and saw Master Chengshuan sitting behind his desk. He looked like a kind and gentle old man with a warm smile, short dark red hair, and an elegant demeanor. "Hello, Principal." After Qi Yucheng greeted them, Chen Mobai immediately followed suit, bowing his head in greeting. Zhang Lixinyu was the last to greet them, but he was also very respectful. Clearly, even someone of Zhongli Tianyu's status, a nascent soul cultivator, held genuine respect for them. These are pioneers who have reached the pinnacle of cultivation. Even though they are both exceptionally talented, they still lack complete confidence in whether they can reach the level of Master Chengshuan in this lifetime. Therefore, when Chen Mobai and Zhongli Tianyu looked at Master Chengshuan, it was as if they were looking at a monument standing on a mountaintop. I both respect and yearn for it. I am very satisfied with both of your graduation projects, so I plan to give you a reward. Ah Cheng has already told you about the reward, right? Who is Aiken? Chen Mobai didn't react at first, but soon heard Qi Yucheng cough. I still have some work to do, so I'll head down now. After saying that, Qi Yucheng left the office, closing the door behind him. So it was his teacher. I never expected there to be such a young person with this title. What kind of natal magic weapon embryo do you want? Zio Chen, you tell me first. Master Chengshuan spoke in a gentle tone, without any of the terrifying aura and majesty one might have imagined from a nascent soul cultivator. He was like a kind old neighbor having a heart-to-heart talk with them. I want to forge the pure Yang Bell. After hearing this, Chen Mobai immediately expressed the idea that he had already decided in his heart. Not a bad choice. What are your plans regarding the materials? Master Chengshuan nodded and then asked. I have some assets back in my hometown, which I can use as collateral to borrow money to buy third-tier red copper. However, since only cultivators at the core formation stage or above are qualified to purchase third-tier materials, I may need the help of the Dao Academy. Chen Mobai would not do anything that might expose the turtle treasure in front of the nascent soul master. If he wanted to refine the pure Yang Bell, he would only honestly purchase the third-order red copper from the immortal sect through the most formal channels. Do you have 100 credits? After hearing this, Master Chengshuan smiled and asked another question. Yes, there are some and even more. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai recalled what Ming Yihua had once said and instantly understood the principal's meaning. He couldn't help but show a look of surprise and answered. Among the artifact-containing orbs that Duanmu is keeping, there should be a third-tier red copper magic weapon. You and I will go to the Myriad Treasures cave later to exchange for a fragment to open that artifact-containing orb. We should have enough materials by then. Yes, thank you, Principal. As Chen Mobai expressed his gratitude, Master Chengshuan turned to Zhongli Tianyu and asked him what kind of magical artifact embryo he desired. I have a mirror, so I don't want anything else. However, Zhongli Tianyu said something that surprised them all. You should think this through carefully. Even if your Zhongli clan chief asked me to refine it, I might not necessarily do it. As a fifth-tier weapon refiner of the immortal sect, Venerable Chengshuan is qualified to say this. Zhongli Tianyu shook his head, saying that he already felt overwhelmed by the task of maintaining the Bagua mirror, and simply didn't have the energy to acquire a second natal magic weapon. Specialization and uniqueness are not bad. After hearing this, Venerable Chengshuan nodded and did not press the matter further. But since I've already asked, I should give you something in return. I'll help you refine the Bagua mirror. Zhongli Tianyu didn't shake his head at this. I'm taking you to the treasure cave, don't resist. At this moment, Master Chengshuan spoke, then came to the two of them and placed his hands on Chen Mobai and Zhongli Tianyu's shoulders. After a flash of silver light, Chen Mobai felt as if he had clicked on the turtle treasure teleportation, instantly teleporting from one place to another. At that very moment, Chen Mobai's phone began to vibrate. Turtle Baby, which had been quiet for a long time, started popping up ads again. End of this chapter. Chapter 459 Morning Bell. Chapter 459 Morning Bell. Host detected to have traversed the celestial membrane. Should we anchor to this new world for future teleportation? This pop-up notification was something Chen Mobai had encountered twice before, once in the divine tree secret realm of the heavenly river realm, and once in the serene small realm of the Jumeng Academy. In other words, he is now being led into a small world by Master Chengshuan. This must be the realm of this nascent soul cultivator. It was surprisingly recognized by Turtle Baby and regarded as a new world. Thinking this, Chen Mobai immediately pressed the vibrate button on his phone. After all, he was right next to a nascent soul cultivator and dared not be presumptuous. Just then, the silver light that enveloped him dissipated, and a dark red glow filled his eyes. Looking up, he realized that he had arrived at the depths of the Myriad Treasures cave. They floated in midair, looking down to see the black island at the center of the lava. It's unclear whether this method of teleporting people is a unique technique cultivated by Master Chengshuan or a distinctive feature of the nascent soul realm. Thinking this, Chen Mobai silently followed Master Chengshuan and slowly landed. Duanmu Longrong, who had already sensed the commotion above, had also come out of the stone house. She seemed to have been notified in advance, as she saw that their expressions did not change. Teacher. However, Duanmu Longrong still bowed respectfully to Venerable Chengshuan. Okay, take out that black gold seal made of third-grade red copper and that heavenly thunder crystal bead. As the principal of the Dance Weapon Academy and the #1 weapon refiner in the immortal sect, Master Chengshuan is very familiar with all the third-tier and above magical artifacts in the Myriad Treasures cave. As soon as he spoke, Duanmu Longrong immediately took out 2 artifact-containing orbs from the stone house. Chen Mobai immediately went up and exchanged 100 credits for a weapon fragment. Zhongli Tianyu had just opened the weapon containment ball to refine a talisman for his graduation project, so he didn't have enough credits in his account. I'll pay it back first. After graduation, I'll stay and work as a teaching assistant for a few years until I pay it back before leaving. Before Master Chengshuan could speak, Duanmu Longrong had already proposed a method. Zhongli Tianyu hesitated for a moment, but nodded in agreement. After all, not just anyone could ask the principal to refine magical artifacts. The 2 artifact fragments triggered a divine firelight, opening the 2 artifact-containing spheres to reveal a dark red copper seal and a crystal bead shimmering with lightning. Master Chengshuan nodded, pointed, and examined the 2 items. Yes, its spiritual essence has not been lost. It has been preserved very well. After acknowledging Duanmu Longrong's work, Master Chengxuan made a clenched fist with his other hand towards the magma outside the island. This single movement seemed to possess the power of heaven and earth. Vast and boundless magma condensed and flowed around his 5 fingers. The fire elemental divine light that had incinerated the artifact orb was actually captured by him, transforming into a wisp of gilded light that landed on the bronze seal. After a few breaths, the 3rd-tier magic artifact changed from a solid to a crimson liquid. Is this the power of a nascent soul cultivator? Chen Mobai and Zhongli Tianyu were both shocked when they saw this scene. The 3rd-tier magic weapon was restored to its original form with a single palm strike. If it had landed on a person, it would probably have turned to ashes. Xiao Chen, do you have any requirements for the appearance of the Chunyang bell? For example, do you want it engraved with your own mark or name? At this moment, while conjuring up the liquid red copper in his palm to form a bell shape, Master Chengxuan asked a question. I don't have any special requirements, just something low-key and simple. You can have my surname engraved on the inside of the clock. Chen Mobai was going to take this pure Yang bell to the heavenly river realm, where everyone was a formidable character, so his magical artifacts couldn't be too flashy or attract attention. However, since it was his own natal magic weapon, Chen Mobai thought about it and decided to carve a word on it to declare his ownership. As for Chen, how about using Chen? Chen means the rising sun, full of vigor and vitality, which also matches the essence of the pure Yang bell. In the end, it was Master Chengxuan who lived longer and came up with a word that perfectly suited Chen Mobai's taste. After hearing this, he immediately nodded. At this moment, Master Chengxuan had already begun to imprint various restrictions and hand seals into the red copper, and gradually, the shape of this morning bell emerged. I will take a drop of your essence blood and a strand of spiritual power. At the last moment, Master Chengxuan spoke again, and Chen Mobai immediately bit his fingertip, letting a stream of pure Yang spiritual power mixed with his blood essence fall onto the nose of the morning bell. With a clang, essence blood and spiritual power merged together. Chen Mobai felt as if his mind had been shaken by the sound of a bell, and his spiritual sense, which had been enhanced by Meng Huinger, became even more solid and pure. This is only a magical artifact embryo, yet it already has such an effect. If it were to truly upgrade to the 3rd tier, wouldn't that be even more incredible? Chen Mobai felt his consciousness being tempered by the sound of the bell, and couldn't help but show a happy expression. As expected, his choice of this pure Yang bell was correct. With this, his 3rd tribulation informing his core will no longer be a problem. Take it. Use the methods from the pure Yang scroll to nurture it. You'll have to wait 60 years to try forming your core anyway. After you've completed your foundation establishment, pour the pure Yang spiritual power you've gained over the decades into it. It might even allow you to upgrade it to the 3rd rank before you can form your core. Master Chengxuan gave Chen Mobai some guidance, which is why he was willing to refine it. If it were any other foundation establishment students in the academy, they might have been hindered by the embryonic form of their natal magic weapon, thus delaying their cultivation progress. However, Chen Mobai has already reached the 7th level of foundation establishment. With his talent, he will definitely be able to complete foundation establishment within 10 years. The most agonizing days in the immortal sect are waiting for the resources to break through to the next realm. Qi refining and other foundation establishment 3 treasures, foundation establishment and other golden elixir and jade elixir, golden elixir and other nascent soul formation spiritual objects, nascent soul and other amazing divine melody, etc. Master Chengxuan, having been through it all, understands best. Therefore, they wanted to find something to do to pass the time for the most outstanding graduates in the academy, who could definitely cultivate to the peak of foundation establishment. 35 minutes and 27 seconds. I'm getting old. 100 years ago, I could refine a 3rd-order magic weapon embryo like this in less than half an hour. After handing the morning bell to Chen Mobai, Master Chengxuan took out his phone to check the timer and couldn't help but sigh deeply. His words left the 3 people present speechless. This heavenly thunder crystal bead cannot be refined with fire. It requires cold refining. The material of this crystal bead is the same as the Zhen trigram mirror of your Bagua mirror. I see that you prefer thunder magic, so let's play to that. Master Chengxuan truly lives up to his reputation as the #1 weapon refiner in the immortal sects. Although Zhongli Tianyu himself didn't have any specific requirements, he still did his best. However, since the Bagua mirror was originally a fifth-order magic artifact, Master Chengxuan did not dare to make drastic modifications. He simply used a special spiritual glue to attach the heavenly thunder crystal bead to the Zhen trigram mirror and applied 2 restrictions. As Zhongli Tianyu continued to cultivate alongside this magical artifact, the essence of heavenly thunder contained within the crystal bead would gradually merge into the artifact and his body. Once he formed his core, the power of the Zhen trigram in the Bagua mirror would be restored to 1 or 2/10 of its original strength. Thank you, Principal. Zhongli Tianyu clearly recognized its value. After accepting the Bagua mirror, he thanked Master Chengxuan. I hope that, when I see you two again in the future, it will be at the Grand Assembly in the Kaiyuan Hall. Those who can participate in the Grand Assembly at Kaiyuan Hall are all cultivators of the Golden Core stage, or above from the immortal sect. Master Chengxuan's words already showed that he had high hopes for Chen Mobai and Zhongli Tianyu. I will certainly live up to the principal's expectations. Chen Mobai was naturally full of confidence. With resources from both realms at his disposal, he had no fear of reaching the core formation stage. This confidence made Master Chengxuan laugh heartily. Then, his whole body shimmered with silver light and he disappeared from the spot. Teacher Duanmu, could you take us back? Chen Mobai watched as Master Chengxuan moved away, then glanced at Duanmu Longrong not far away, and said somewhat embarrassedly. In the end, Qi Yucheng came over in person and took the 2 of them out. However, Chen Mobai did not return to his wooden house. He told Meng Huanger that he was still in the Wanbao cave, using the excuse that he had just obtained the embryo of his natal magic weapon and had not yet fully mastered it, so he needed to nurture it for a few days using the art of weapon nurturing. Although Meng Huanger was somewhat disappointed by this, she still understood the bigger picture. She took advantage of these few days to book a room in Building 9 to cultivate, and after regulating her essence, energy, and spirit, she took the breakthrough pill to break through to the 2nd level of foundation establishment. After hanging up the phone with Meng Huanger, Chen Mobai breathed a sigh of relief. Zhongli Tianyu was originally going back to the student council, but Chen Mobai, in order to prevent Meng Huanger from discovering that his words were just an excuse, dragged him to Zio Chishan to spar for a few rounds. The killing spree between the two is no longer the one-sided massacre that happened before. Zhongli Tianyu has made unimaginable progress in the past 2 years. He has not only defeated all the students of the 4 major academies and 10 university palaces in Zia Chishan, but also many foundation establishment cultivators who have graduated. Only renowned foundation establishment cultivators like Wenren Zuwei, Lu Fengcheng, and Tao Minking were able to defeat Zhongli Tianyu in the battle against Zio Chishan. However, in 2 more years, when Zhongli Tianyu also reaches the 9th level of foundation establishment, it is estimated that apart from Chen Mobai, no other foundation establishment cultivator will be able to suppress him. The 2 fought 5 times in Little Red Sky. Although Chen Mobai won all 5 matches, he had used almost all of his trump cards. If Zhongli Tianyu didn't use his 3 trump cards, Fireball Technique, Myriad Swords Body, and 5 Elements Sword Fiend Formation, he could have even forced Chen Mobai to a draw. It can only be said that Chen Mobai has reached the limit in the foundation establishment realm. Any further improvement will require tremendous effort. Meanwhile, Zhongli Tianyu and the others, who had previously been left behind, made up for their shortcomings in combat by using Little Red Sky and caught up step by step. No, I can't become an old guy whose experience books get stolen. Although Chen Mobai enjoys being a teacher, he doesn't like being a predecessor who gets swept away by the next generation. So, after realizing this, he became somewhat eager to form his core. He even considered whether he should wait for Meng Huinger, and instead tried to break through to the core formation, stage himself after he had mastered the 6 Yang body, and completed the foundation establishment of the pure Yang scroll. With his right hand outstretched, 5 streams of light flashed and transformed into a 5-colored sword domain, trapping and defeating Zhongli Tianyu. Chen Mobai then withdrew from Xia Chishan first. The two of them were inside the cave of that fire spirit tree, next to Bayan Jingchun, who was cultivating the dragon transformation scripture. This place can be considered their secret base. After glancing at Zhongli Tianyu, who was lying unconscious on the ground, Chen Mobai sat down on a rock and took out his phone. When he was fighting in Little Red Heaven, he sensed a text message, so he used the 5-element sword fiend formation to finish the battle quickly. Shi Wanyu, hello Senior Chen, graduation is approaching, and I don't know if we'll have the chance to meet again. I'd like to express my best wishes to you with a delicious meal. I look forward to your reply. Does this mean I'm being invited to dinner? After reading it, Chen Mobai did a reading comprehension exercise. He still had a deep impression of Shi Wanyu, this beautiful young woman, but he felt that it was better not to send out too many signals. When they parted ways at the Mountain and Sea Academy, Chen Mobai felt that he would not have any further contact with her. Unexpectedly, she actually mustered up the courage to invite him on a date when they graduated. Chen Mobai, I've been busy with graduation ceremony preparations lately. As you know, I'm the head of the academy and I have too many responsibilities. I'll invite you again when I have more free time. After thinking it over, Chen Mobai still politely declined Shi Wanyu's offer. Liuguang Academy. Upon seeing Chen Mobai's reply, Shi Wanyu's expectant expression instantly dimmed. Her once bright eyes seemed to have lost their luster, and her lips twitched as if she was about to lose control of her emotions and burst into tears. Seeing this scene from the shadows of the dormitory balcony, Chen Chun wondered if she had come to the wrong person. Could this girl in front of me not be the destined one? She couldn't believe that person was such a love-obsessed person. But immediately, Chen Chun cheered herself up, thinking that this was probably the backlash from peeking into too many heavenly secrets, making her karmic cultivation less smooth. It's not time for complete failure yet. As long as Shi Wanyu realizes that she can be exempted from military service once she successfully establishes her foundation, everything will return to normal. But shouldn't this be common sense? Who would think of having a baby as their first thought? How awful. As Chen Chun thought this through, she planned out the next time she would meet Shi Wanyu. Since the latter was currently heartbroken from a breakup, she decided not to show herself. Inside the Wanbao cave. After Chen Mobai rejected Shi Wanyu, he suddenly remembered that she seemed to have given him a gift back in the Shanghai Academy. It is said that she infused the white stone with sword energy. Just then, Chen Mobai took out a palm-sized, exquisitely crafted sword pouch from his storage bag. The pouch was embroidered with a simple line drawing of the outline of the two people's photo. Just as he was about to turn it on, the phone suddenly rang. It belongs to Meng Huinger. I feel like I'm about to break through. Do you want to come over? Of course. Someone as passionate about cultivation as him would never miss any opportunity to improve himself. As he got up to leave, Chen Mobai casually emptied the white stone from his sword sheath. End of this chapter. Chapter 460, Are You Free? Chapter 460, Are You Free? A somewhat strange white stone fell into Chen Mobai's palm. Its white, jade-like shell shimmers with rainbow-like light. Chen Mobai was taken aback. What was going on? You should know that even though he painstakingly infused it with the 5-element sword qi, it only produced a dazzling 5-colored light. How come the white stone that Shi Wanyu infused with sword energy has so much light? Could she be even more talented than I, a peerless swordsman? This is impossible. Chen Mobai knew very well how many resources he had used, and how many times he had been empowered by the great Dao tree to get to this point. Even the true sword genius Zhai Jianbai couldn't infuse Beishi with 5 sword energies at his age. How could a mere student from a prestigious academy like Liuguang be more outstanding than myself? Chen Mobai was still in shock and had not yet realized the seriousness of the problem. He sat down, activated his insightful eyes, and carefully examined the white stone in his palm. Gradually, he discovered the pattern. The rainbow-like shimmering light flashed intermittently, like a rainbow lamp that flickered on and off. When it was bright, it was incredibly dazzling, and when it was dim, it was just a very ordinary white light, similar to the color of the white stone itself. If Chen Mobai hadn't cultivated his void insight eye to its full potential, he probably wouldn't have been able to see this detail. In other words, it is a white sword aura, but it can flash with all sorts of colorful lights, making it a beautiful sword aura. After understanding, Chen Mobai breathed a slight sigh of relief. He thought of Shi Wanyu, who was also one of the peerless sword geniuses selected by Hao Cao, the principal of the Mountain and Sea Academy. It was understandable that she could do this. It could even be said that Shi Wanyu's talent in swordsmanship is superior to Chen Mobai's. Thinking this, Chen Mobai put the white stone in his hand back into his sword sheath. Eager to help Meng Huinger break through her barrier, he quickly disappeared from the spot. Of course, before leaving, he told Bian Jingchen next door to avoid Zhongli Tianyu waking up and finding that he was no longer shouting. After arriving at Building 9, he calmly booked a room, as he was quite familiar with such matters, and then went to knock on the door that evening to listen to Meng Huinger sing. One of my childhood dreams has come true once again. A feeling of satisfaction, coupled with the aid of the profound sound technique, made Chen Mobai feel that his divine sense had been enhanced once again. The amount of divine consciousness that had been reduced due to being tempered and solidified by the morning bell has been restored to its previous maximum level. Even during this process, the saplings of the green paulownia in Chen Mobai's purple mansion sea of consciousness blossomed and bore fruit, almost completely filling the edge area. Time flies like water. Graduation day arrived quickly. First up were the students' performances. Compared to Meng Huinger's major, their movements were a bit clumsy and their facial expressions were less refined, but they were full of energy and every performance came from the heart. The graduation ceremony was hosted by Zhuang Jialan, who smiled sweetly and guided each performance according to the rehearsal schedule. After the students' performance, Qi Yucheng, a teacher representative from the Taoist Academy, took the stage to speak. Chen Mobai sat in the backstage dressing room, looking at the stage displayed on the screen on the wall and at the auditorium below, which was unusually full of people. For some reason, he suddenly felt a little nervous. I feel like there's no difference between the second level of foundation establishment and the first level of foundation establishment. In this lounge, besides Chen Mobai, there was also the big star Meng Huinger. She sat on the sofa, stretching out her snow-white and slender fingers, playing with a jade flute. She was the grand finale, and at the end of the opera, there was a solo performance of the xiao, a type of vertical bamboo flute, to interpret the theme of the profound and long life of cultivators. Your mystic sound technique leans towards support, so the changes in your spiritual power and divine sense aren't significant. You'll feel the difference when you break through from the third to the fourth level. By the way, do you have any methods to avoid being nervous when going on stage? After answering Meng Huinger's question, Chen Mobai asked her about her experience performing on stage. I forgot. I started singing when I was very young. As far back as I can remember, I've been used to performing on stage and I don't feel nervous at all. Meng Huinger tilted her head. The image of her first time on stage was already somewhat blurry. I see, then I'll take another look at the manuscript. As a representative of the graduates, Chen Mobai gave a speech. He put a lot of effort into writing the speech and even called his grandfather to ask for advice. He refined it word by word to ensure that it was the most official speech and that no one could find any fault with it. If you're really nervous, there's still some time. I can help you relax. At this moment, Meng Huinger suddenly said something that surprised Chen Mobai with a playful smile. He nodded subconsciously, but his eyes did not leave the manuscript in his hands. Then his expression turned strange, and by the time he tried to stop it, it was too late. At this moment, Chen Mobai realized that Meng Huanger's performance outfit today was the same one he had mentioned, the one he had seen her wearing when he first met her in Dangxia City playing the moonlit dance. The layers of her light, white dress could not conceal her slender figure. Her exquisite face was adorned with delicate makeup, and her smooth forehead was decorated with plum blossom flowers. The two crescent-shaped red lines on her cheeks contrasted with her snow-white skin. Paired with gorgeous earrings, she exuded an even greater elegance than when they first met. Meng Huinger felt her movements were a little awkward, so she reached out and lifted her long black hair, tucking it behind her shoulder. I don't know how she trained, but every movement is simple and elegant, yet full of captivating charm. With her help, Chen Mobai completely relaxed. If he had more time, he would have liked to hear Meng Huinger sing again. Today, we graduated. This is an important day and a milestone in our journey. Here, I want to thank my teachers, my classmates. We are about to face new challenges. We must bravely step out of our comfort zones, explore the unknown new world, and realize our dreams. Finally, I want to thank the Taoist Academy for giving me the most beautiful memories of my life. These 10 years will forever remain in my heart. Thank you, everyone. After Chen Mobai finished his mature-sounding speech, the students in the audience gave him a loud round of applause. Of course, some people with eccentric personalities were disappointed that this disciple, the most outstanding one in the academy in the last 100 years, was so steady in character. However, those who know Chen Mobai know that this is his style. He takes every step very steadily and never makes any mistakes on matters of principle. At the end of the graduation ceremony, Meng Huinger, whom everyone had been eagerly anticipating, took the stage. All the classmates who had slandered her in the academy in the past have graduated, and no one would say that she was admitted through connections anymore, because she has successfully established her foundation. Because of her outstanding influence in the immortal sect, Meng Huinger has now become an outstanding alumna of the Dance Weapon Academy. However, this is the norm in the immortal sects. If you randomly ask 10 people to do a survey, maybe half of them won't know that Chen Mobai is the chief of the Dance Weapon Academy, but definitely 9 of them will know that Meng Huinger, the big star, graduated from the Dance Weapon Academy. In some ways, the reputation of the Dance Weapon Academy among the people has become even more prominent because of Meng Huinger. Therefore, the younger students sitting in the auditorium were more looking forward to Meng Huinger than to all the previous performances, such as Chen Mobai's speech. And Meng Huinger clearly did not disappoint them. She entered the venue dressed in an exquisite gown, exuding a classical charm that immediately caught everyone's eye. Her long, flowing hair had been readorned with hairpins, and paired with her gentle smile and exceptionally rosy cheeks, she descended to the center of the stage like a fairy with light, graceful dance steps. Chen Mobai watched Meng Huinger's beautiful dance and listened to her melodious singing, and couldn't help but applaud. How beautiful! Even after the graduation ceremony ended, the departing students were still excitedly discussing Meng Huinger, the big star senior. Chen Mobai gave a wry smile, said goodbye to Chi Yucheng, and went back to his wooden house. Meng Huinger's schedule is very tight. After the graduation ceremony, she will have to return to the art troupe. So she didn't want to waste her last night at the dance academy. Chen Mobai had no choice but to accompany him, and the two were delayed on their way back. That night, Meng Huinger, dressed in her gorgeous performance costume, exuded an unprecedented allure. When he saw her off in the morning, Chen Mobai suddenly felt a little reluctant to part with her. However, both of them are very rational people. They clearly understood that if they were to get together, they might actually hinder each other's progress. So they both had great self-control and said goodbye at the fork in the road at the foot of the mountain. I'll let you know when I break through next. After saying this, Meng Huinger, her face flushed, pulled her small suitcase and turned to leave. If you happen to be passing through Dangxia City, you can come and find me. Chen Mobai called out to Meng Huinger's slender back. Although he would be studying at the Bushan Dao Academy for the next 5 years, postgraduate entrance exams were not as formal as studying. They were very broad. He only needs to report to the Taoist Academy at the beginning of the year, and then present his achievements when he wants to apply for graduation. Even if you are not in the Heaven Mending Academy for 2 or 3 years, it will not matter. Therefore, Chen Mobai will likely spend the rest of his time cultivating both the two realms in Dangxia City, only occasionally visiting the Heaven Mending Academy for a few days. Meng Huinger, who was about to disappear from sight, obviously heard these words. She waved her hand without turning around, indicating that she understood. What a great senior! Chen Mobai was very fond of Meng Huinger. Regardless of whether he could ultimately break through to the core formation level of divine sense, at least for now, everything about her had made him very satisfied. After Meng Huinger left, Chen Mobai did not leave the Dance Weapon Academy immediately, as he still had some credits left to use. Moreover, knowing that he was leaving, many Foundation establishment cultivators from the Myriad Treasures Cave brought their accumulated artifact orbs, which they had been saving for several years, hoping that he would help them appraise them all. Chen Mobai naturally wouldn't refuse. After all, he could no longer earn credits after leaving the academy, so he took this opportunity to earn enough chi-replenishing spiritual water to exchange for the pure Yang Scroll Foundation establishment perfection. Although the academy has rules that each person can only exchange credits for 1 year, Chen Mobai easily solved the problem by transferring credits and using their quotas with the help of several good friends. After appraising all the artifact spheres, Chen Mobai was about to pack up and leave. "Come on, I'll take you to visit Chicheng Cave." At this moment, Bayan Jingchen walked in, and she also invited Zhang Lixinyu and Zhuang Jialan. Chen Mobai figured he hadn't booked his ticket yet, so he went with them. To my shame, he had been at the Dance Weapon Academy for 10 years and had never properly explored the Chicheng Cave. I did come here when Little Crimson Heaven first opened, but that was only to rebuild the glory of the Tao Academy. I only visited the stalls of the Tao Academy and did not properly explore this great city of the top 5 immortal sects. Chen Mobai was strolling around the city with Bayan Jingchun and the others when he suddenly saw a familiar place. Oh, I didn't expect this maid cafe to still be around. In the past, in order to make up for the lifespan lost by consuming the fruit of the longevity tree, he consulted Yu Rulin, the chief scholar of the Longevity Academy, here. "I'll wander around by myself first, and then I'll come find you." Thinking of this, Chen Mobai became interested. After telling Bayan Jingchun and the others, he walked the same path he had taken before. Although many shops and stalls of Taoist academies and schools had disappeared by the time of the Chicheng Cave Heaven's Millennium celebration, some maid shops and similar establishments remained due to their excellent reception. For example, when Chen Mobai saw the cat cafe at the True Spirit Academy, he was reminded of Hua Zijing. "I wonder how she's doing after passing the civil service exam." Just then, Chen Mobai walked to the front of an alley. It was here that he met the successor of the Divine Strategist's office. After learning about the mystery of this lineage from Qi Yucheng, he was always worried about the 3 tribulations of core formation mentioned by the girl in sunglasses, fearing that he might accidentally capsize in the gutter. He took out the card he had drawn from his storage bag and slowly walked into the alley. The Shenji Mansion lineage was originally a training ground for the Dragon Court in ancient times. Those who were destined to be found by them were all hidden dragons. It was precisely because of this that Chen Mobai became more and more confident in himself. He felt that since obtaining the tortoise treasure, he had escaped his mediocre fate and even had hope of reaching the nascent soul stage in the future. However, thinking about this, Chen Mobai thought of Shi Wanyu. Since she was able to get a chance to benefit from his opportunity and had her fortune told by the Divine Calculation Bureau, she might also have a chance to change her ordinary fate. Since we've come all this way to Chicheng Cave Heaven, why don't we ask if she's still there? Shi Wanyu, who was packing her luggage in her dormitory with a gloomy expression, heard the sound of a text message on her phone and listlessly opened the screen to glance at it. Then her eyes became brighter than ever before. "Chen Mobai, are you free? I've finished up with the graduation ceremony. Would you be so kind as to invite me to dinner?" End of this chapter. Chapter 461, Should I Have My Fortune Told? Chapter 461, Should I Have My Fortune Told? Shi Wanyu immediately replied, I'm free, not daring to be reserved. After receiving the message, Chen Mobai opened his phone and randomly searched for nearby restaurants, wanting to order one with a high rating, but found that the highest rated restaurant was actually the Maid Cafe. The place happened to be suitable for discussing business, so he booked a private room. While waiting for Shi Wanyu, Chen Mobai took out his phone and searched online for information about pursuing a master's degree at Bushan Dao Academy. Thanks to Fu Borong's help, Chen Mobai didn't have to worry about the most troublesome thing for students, submitting applications and waiting for admission notices, because he was invited to enroll. Just like when Chen Mobai took the entrance exam in Dangxia City, he had to overcome many obstacles to win the top spot and gain the qualification to enter the 4 major academies. Qing Nu, on the other hand, had already been invited by Jumeng Academy and admitted to the academy without taking the entrance exam. Now, it's finally Chen Mobai's turn to enjoy this kind of treatment. However, he had another worry, whether Yan Bingxuan's application would be approved by the Bushan Dao Academy. He was conflicted, wanting her to pass the test but also wanting her to fail. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Chen Mobai looked up and saw a maid leading Shi Wanyu in. The latter was as radiant and beautiful as ever. Shi Wanyu has a pure and innocent face. She's wearing a white long-sleeved shirt with the neckline slightly open. She has a slender waist and her skirt is draped over her legs, showing off her long, straight, and beautiful legs. A thin belt is tied around her waist. She exudes a fresh and elegant girlish charm. Haven't seen you for a long time. Chen Mobai stood up and greeted Shi Wanyu with a smile. Senior. Although Shi Wanyu had mustered up the courage to invite Chen Mobai, she was still a little flustered after they actually met. After he spoke, she called out to him, then stood there, unsure of how to continue the conversation. Let's order first. Chen Mobai noticed this as well. He spoke to the pretty and dignified maid-dressed waitress standing at the door, who immediately came to them with the menu and knelt down on the ground to hand it to them. This is the ordering ceremony at the Maid Cafe. Chen Mobai was a little surprised when he first came, but this time he's gotten used to it. Is there anything you like to eat? Chen Mobai spread out the menu and asked Shi Wanyu, who said anything was fine. So he first ordered a pot of black tea, a serving of beef brisket with potatoes, and a tiramisu cake, and then handed the menu over. After receiving the order, Shi Wanyu nervously ordered a cup of coffee, a vegetable salad, and a chocolate pastry. After the maid left, only the two of them remained in the room. Seeing that he was about to fall into that awkward atmosphere again, Chen Mobai chuckled and took out the sword pouch that he had taken out of his storage bag earlier. Your sword aura is beautiful. He took out the white stone, placed it on the table, and spoke to the sword energy that was constantly flashing with various colors of light. Really? I chose this rainbow sword mainly to match the use of various colors of light during filming. I seem to have a talent for this, and I can create many different colors of sword energy. After Chen Mobai started, Shi Wanyu gradually lost her initial restraint and began to show her lively personality. Since you were chosen by Principal Hao Cao of the Mountain and Sea Academy, you must be an outstanding swordsmanship genius. To be honest, when I first saw your white stone, I was quite taken aback. I thought you had infused it with a lot of sword energy. You know, even I. Seeing that Shi Wanyu genuinely didn't understand these things, Chen Mobai started talking to her about white stones, sword energy, and infusion. I see, but I can only infuse it with sword energy, which is the only thing I can be proud of. It's a pity that there are no dedicated sword cultivation teachers in our Liuguang Academy. I've been figuring out how to cultivate after the sword energy on my own, and I don't know if it's right or wrong. Hearing Shi Wanyu's words, Chen Mobai became somewhat curious and asked about the Liuguang Academy. It turns out that this university, like Yanshu Academy, is a junior college, specializing in the various uses of light and adept at analyzing the spectra of various vital energies. For example, the The fire element divine light in the Wanbao Cave of the Wuki Dao Academy has a complete manual in the Liuguang Academy, which records how many kinds of primordial energy and how many steps are required to condense this divine light. He is considered a top authority in this field within the immortal sect. Unfortunately, among the 120 prefectures, only a few students can successfully establish their foundation, and these are the students that the school focuses on and cultivates. When Shi Wanyu entered the academy, her grades were average, and she did not show any outstanding qualities later on. She also failed to establish her foundation, so naturally she did not attract the attention of the Liuguang Academy. After being selected by Hao Cao and recognized as an unparalleled sword genius, she missed the last year of her foundation establishment journey because there were no foundation establishment level sword cultivator teachers in Liuguang Academy. I see, so I can't transfer schools. Chen Mobai felt sorry for Shi Wanyu. He felt that with her talent, she might have been able to successfully establish her foundation if she had been guided by an excellent sword cultivator teacher. After all, there's only 1 year left, and I don't dare to take any risks. At least if I finish my studies at Liuguang Academy, I can still get a diploma. Shi Wanyu said with a wry smile, just as the food the two of them had ordered was served. Chen Mobai poured himself a cup of black tea, took a small sip, and then asked, "Have you ever tried foundation establishment?" Shi Wanyu shook her head. "Students in our academy can only apply for one of the 3 treasures of foundation establishment. The other 3 in my dormitory have all tried but failed. I don't think I'm any better than them. Although I've already reached the 9th level of qi refining, I've been too weak-willed to make up my mind, so I've been putting it off until now." Chen Mobai nodded, but since the two were just ordinary friends, he did not presume to take Shi Wanyu's pulse or check her spiritual energy. "You should still give it a try. After all, if you fail to reach the foundation establishment stage, you'll only have the option of getting married or serving in the military. If you succeed, at least you'll be able to control your own destiny." But since they were friends after all, Chen Mobai still offered some advice, and then shared some of his insights on foundation establishment, including key tips such as the spiritual energy vortex. Shi Wanyu didn't seem to be paying much attention to these things, as if she was thinking about other things. Seeing her looking down as she drank her coffee, Chen Mobai couldn't help but sigh inwardly. As expected, the people of these 120 prefectures themselves have little ambition. No wonder some renowned teachers are unwilling to go there. This will lead to a decline in teacher and student resources, creating a vicious cycle. Even if there are hidden gems like Shi Wanyu, they will not be able to shine due to the environment and may even be buried and assimilated as they are now. After discussing Bai Shi and foundation establishment, Chen Mobai asked Shi Wanyu about her plans after graduation. "I haven't decided yet, but military service can be postponed for a maximum of 1.5 years. I plan to work and save some money, and then take out a loan to see if I can buy spirit-boosting powder, plus the qi condensation liquid I can get from the academy, to gather 2 of the foundation establishment 3 treasures. I'll give it one last shot before I have to serve in the military." Shi Wanyu was also very confused about her future. She had no confidence in achieving foundation establishment, but she did not want to serve in the military. So she was determined to have a child. Thinking of this, she looked up and met Chen Mobai's gaze. Her cheeks flushed instantly, and she quickly lowered her head shyly. Chen Mobai was completely baffled by her reaction, but he didn't pay it any mind and brought up the critical path technique, a foundation-building divine skill. Shi Wanyu was indeed unaware of this, and her eyes lit up when she heard that there was such a mysterious method. However, upon hearing that even the geniuses of the 4 major academies might not be able to master it, her face fell again. "Since you want to apply for a postponement of your military service, you can use this time to cultivate and see if you can succeed." Hearing Chen Mobai's comforting words, Shi Wanyu nodded gently. By this time, the 2 of them had finished eating what they had ordered. Although the taste was not bad, the portion was really too small. "Order some more." Chen Mobai planned to get up, open the door, and call for a waiter. The private rooms here were equipped with soundproofing and vibration isolation measures, so people outside wouldn't be able to hear anything unless the door was opened from the inside. "I'll go order something else. I'd like to try what you ordered earlier. Would you like to try mine? The coffee was pretty good." Shi Wanyu suddenly spoke up. Chen Mobai hesitated for a moment, but still nodded politely to indicate that he could. With excitement in her heart, Shi Wanyu got up and walked towards the door. Just as her hand grasped the doorknob, Chen Mobai's voice suddenly rang out, startling her so much that her delicate body trembled. "By the way, I'm the one who invited you this time, so don't sneak out and pay the bill. It would put me in a very awkward position." "Haha, you found out." Shi Wanyu spoke in a slightly trembling voice, pretending to be embarrassed, and then quickly opened the door to the private room. Chen Mobai watched her walk away without thinking much about it. When he treated Yan Bingxuan to grilled fish before, she often secretly paid the bill. This time, when he saw that Shi Wanyu's eyes were a little strange, he suddenly thought of this and couldn't help but speak up to give her a heads up. Surprisingly, he actually guessed right. Chen Mobai shook his head, lamenting the lack of sincerity between people. After waiting for a while, a knock sounded on the door. Sounds from outside could be heard coming into this private room. Chen Mobai used the control technique he had been taught when he booked the private room, and the door opened automatically as soon as he sat down. Shi Wanyu walked in, a faint blush on her pure face, as if she had really done something wrong, and settled the bill. Chen Mobai, a seasoned veteran, immediately noticed her slightly uneasy state of mind. He sighed inwardly, but remained silent to avoid aggravating her already sensitive emotions. "Sit." Chen Mobai saw the bright young woman standing hesitantly at the door, and still smiled as he spoke to her. It must be said that Shi Wanyu's appearance is outstanding, especially since she understands her own charm very well, and her clothing and styling perfectly match her figure. Her legs were long and slender, and the white, slightly transparent stockings she wore made her skin appear even whiter and more translucent, highlighting her smooth, naturally long curves. When she walked over in her little leather shoes, she possessed a beauty that was impossible not to admire. Shortly after Shi Wenyu sat down somewhat nervously, someone knocked on the door and brought in the newly ordered coffee, cake, and other food. "Senior, this coffee tastes good, you should try it." Shi Wanyu picked up her newly ordered black tea and said with a smile. Chen Mobai also obliged, picking up his coffee, clinking it against hers and taking a small sip. It tasted really good. After one bite, I wanted another. In no time, he finished the whole glass. Just as Chen Mobai was about to finish the chocolate pastry and leave, a strange feeling that was indescribable welled up in his heart. His gaze suddenly fell on the long, beautiful legs of the girl in front of him, which were crossed and pressed together as she sat down. His excellent eyesight allowed him to see every detail of the white stockings. An irresistible temptation made him want to reach out and touch the slender, smooth curves of her legs up close. Fortunately, Chen Mobai had good self-control. He sensed something was wrong and tried to get up. But at that moment, a burning flame suddenly ignited in his heart, and then he lost consciousness. After an unknown amount of time, Chen Mobai woke up from his coma. He felt an indescribable headache, struggled to stand up, and found himself still in the private room of the maid cafe, only now he was lying on the sofa. We've been tricked. Could she be a member of the Ascension cult? Because Chen Mobai had never experienced any danger in the immortal sect, he instinctively lacked the vigilance he had in the heavenly river realm. Muttering to himself, Chen Mobai immediately closed his eyes and sat down to meditate. However, he found that he could circulate his energy without any obstacles, and both his spiritual power and divine sense were crystal clear. Then Chen Mobai took out his phone, intending to call Qi Yucheng to discuss the matter, but at that moment he suddenly noticed something strange. Chen Mobai stood up from the sofa and walked to the trash can next to him. He saw some tissues and a pair of torn white stockings. In that instant, Chen Mobai's expression turned to shock. I never imagined that after a lifetime of caution, I would be defeated by a mere young girl. An indescribable anger welled up in his heart. Just as he was about to call Bayan Jingchun, Hoping to use her connections in Chicheng Cave to find Shiwanyu, a knock sounded on the door. Chen Mobai frowned, wondering whether to open the door when someone he never expected walked in. "Would you like your fortune told?" Chen Chun asked Chen Mobai expressionlessly. End of this chapter.